All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It is Tuesday, October 29th, just after 4 p.m. This meeting is being audio-video recorded. Anything you say or display will be shared on the town's YouTube. Please act accordingly. Comments for the chair, please, to be recognized first. Makes it a little easier for our minute makers, and it's proper decorum. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Let's see. Regular members are here. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Okay, first item is commission discussion. I'd like to welcome Emily Molden. Emily's here to, I think, kind of introduce a concept for 4181L citizens article for the spring annual town meeting.
Oh, cool.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all of you for giving me a few moments to speak with you this evening. As you heard, I'm Emily Molden. I am the Executive Director of the Nantucket Land and Water Council, but I really am here to talk about, as you heard, a concept for a citizens warrant article for the Springtown meeting that I believe would be of interest to the HDC and to get some, hopefully some feedback and initial input from all of you. So I'm interested in basically addressing the development or redevelopment of properties on Nantucket that we've been seeing for those properties that are subdivided under the 4181L provision of the state subdivision control law. The provision specifically allows properties with two or more structures that predate local subdivision control, so that's 1955 on Nantucket, to be divided such that each lot contains at least one of the pre-existing structures. The provision was incorporated into state law for specific circumstances, for example, so that a property owner could convey a portion of their property to an abutter, as one example. But the provision was never intended to convey buildability to these newly created lots if they did not conform with local zoning. In 2012, there was some language added to our zoning bylaw that ultimately did convey that type of buildability. And the language in our zoning bylaw is under section 33A3, which is for pre-existing non-conforming rights. And it basically states that lots that are created under this pre-existing structures provision are automatically granted pre-existing non-conforming status. And any of the structures on those lots are also granted pre-existing non-conforming rights as structures. So previously, when these lots were created, under state law, they would need to go before the ZBA for relief through variance if they wanted to do anything more with them. But with the addition of this language, that's no longer the case. Now, when these lots are created, they're essentially automatically vested with this pre-existing non-conforming right, even though the non-conformity is essentially self-inflicted. And that also comes with a certain amount of ground cover depending on the lot size. So as a result, what seems to have been transpiring is the proposal to divide these lots goes before the planning board through their approval not required process, which doesn't require a butter notification and doesn't require a public hearing. And so then the planning board endorses those plans because the division is allowed under state law. But the only justification that's really necessary is proof that the structures on the lots predate 1955. So then if the owner wanted to redevelop those lots, they no longer have to go before the ZBA in most cases. And a lot of these end up taking place in the ROH district because that's where most of our historic structures are found. And ultimately, the property owner then comes before the HDC to request either a demolition permit or a permit for redevelopment. And you guys ultimately end up being the only body that reviews those projects and those proposals under your purview. So in addition to some other concerns about just increased density of dwellings and increased impervious surfaces, certainly some safety concerns from crowding of the infill development in the ROH, this also seems to put a lot of pressure on historic structures. And that's one of the primary reasons that I bring it to you today. I submitted a couple of warrant articles for the 2023 town meeting to try to address this. One one of the options was to just eliminate that language that had been added in 2012, which would then still allow those lots to be created under state law, but they would need to go back before the ZBA again to redevelop those properties, or to add some additional language that would stipulate with, under certain conditions, trigger a special permit to be required for the development or redevelopment of those lots, or if there was going to be added dwelling units or ground cover. That was another one of the options. In 2023, those concepts weren't supported by the planning board, and the article that I had put forward to eliminate the language that had been added back in 2012 missed its 2/3 vote by about 6 votes. So I've been thinking about bringing one of these concepts back again before the community, and I've started meeting with planning staff already and talking to some planning board members in hopes that we can find an option that the planning board will support, and we can all be supportive of something to move it forward. But I really wanted to come this evening because last time around, I didn't really engage with the HDC on the matter, but I recognize that you guys are definitely implicated in the whole process in the way that you're involved in these applications and the pressure on historic structures. So I really just wanted to bring the concept to your attention. I don't have a specific article to share with you yet. I'm happy to do so once I meet with the planning staff a little bit more, but I was just sort of interested in any initial feedback and thoughts or support.
We're allowed to.
Thanks, Emily. Yeah, I just again for minutes, just be recognized by the chair, but Ray, you want to comment?
Yeah. You have my vote. 4181L has been, I think everyone at the table could agree, the bane of the HTC's existence. But further than that, I think it's doing a lot of harm to the island in general. So, it's unfortunate that the planning board didn't endorse you the first time around, but I would really love to see something get passed that put some, restrictions on it. So I personally, as member of the HCC, am 100% in favor of the effort. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. Val?
Sure. Thank you, Emily, for doing this. We become the arbiters of everything that nobody knows where else to bitch about it. And what happens with these lots is the buildings become so peculiar because the lots are peculiar by virtue of what they are. They're too small, sometimes they're zigzaggy. So I personally would love to see that evolve into either not being able to happen or there's some real restrictions on it so that things do conform more, because it's bizarre. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else want to comment? Angus? And then Gary's a ditto.
So I agree with everything that's been said. And the irony is that these wouldn't happen if there weren't a historic structure on the back of the lot. And then that immediately gets taken away for a larger, newer structure that doesn't make sense behind an older, smaller structure or even, whatever size. So for so many reasons, I appreciate you doing this work, and you have my support. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Emily, my thoughts echo those of the board. I think Ray said it well. I'd add that I think, clearly almost attaining a 2/3 at annual town meeting is a pretty high threshold as it is, and have been so close, I think speaks to concern of the community, number one. Number two, this idea of layering and removal of structures, and Val had mentioned the bizarreness of it. It becomes difficult the way these lots have to be configured, and add to that accessibility with a driveway to then maintain the character and setting, which is, as in the building with Nantucket in mind, to have in the old historic districts the structures close to the street. So we start to get these foreign elements introduced where there's a big opening and then density further back, without naming any particular applications. And it's incongruent, it's atypical, it's, to my mind, as a HTC member for the last 7 years, highly inappropriate. So I certainly support this concept, and I think it would be helpful for whatever restrictions can be put in place for there to be a broader regulatory authority to help pitch in and address some of these other concerns that are very real and affecting the old historic districts. So thank you. We definitely will look forward to hearing more from you. You've got an open invite. And I just wanted to be clear, Abby and Carrie and Connie all are dittos.
And I did have just
Carrie.
a suggestion, thank you, Carrie. Just to put some restrictions, to maybe have another meeting with us or the building department or whoever to actually get some numbers and some percentages of potential ground cover if a special permit is issued. Something, other, some specifics in your article might be helpful.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and thank you all so much for the feedback. I think the preliminary discussions that I've had so far with planning staff have contemplated, as you suggest, really limiting any addition of ground cover to these lots after they've been created, if allowing any addition of ground cover. So I think maybe the best step would be, once I continue to consult with planning staff and planning board folks, then I'd be happy to come back when there's an article or two a little bit more fully fleshed out and just share those with the commission.
Okay, thanks, Emily. Val?
I have a question for Emily. What's been circulating in the last few years is even if you have a doghouse or a chicken house, you can do it. Is that true?
So I think part of the issue is that there's just not a lot of case law on this. And it's sort of understood that it needs to be a substantial structure, but no one really knows exactly what that means. So it's open to a certain amount of interpretation.
Gotcha. I have a slogan for a bumper sticker: just because you can doesn't mean you should.
I appreciate that.
Thanks, Al.
Thank you.
Emily, thanks again for coming in. We appreciate it. We look
Yeah,
forward to
thank
hearing
you.
some more.
Okay.
Okay.
I will be in touch then. Thank you.
Thanks. Let us know if we can do anything to help. Next up on the agenda, kind of a little bit different, not typical item for us. I just want to be really clear. I see there's some folks in the audience here who probably want to speak. This item is on, I'm going to introduce it, and I'm going to tell you what we're doing and why we're doing it. 29 Fair Street, we received a citizen complaint regarding minimum maintenance under a certain chapter 124.13 of the code. Before we advance to any discussion on this, I felt it was appropriate for the members to go and take a view. A view is what we do when there may be some question, or we, as the commission, need to have additional information to make a formed opinion. That's number one. Number two, it is important that a property owner is informed of any potential discussion of their property and has an opportunity to attend and speak and be prepared to speak on that. So the property owner, through their agent, was informed. Number three, I spoke with Holly, so it was clear that we would not be having open discussion today. This is not a meeting to go through and discuss this. If we were to open the meeting for this item for public comment, it would be, I think it wouldn't be beneficial for anyone. We can't respond your comments. It would be better if we wait until this is actually formally scheduled for discussion. Anyone who is interested is welcome in participating by submitting a letter. Those are on the record. They'll remain on the record. And at a future date, presuming this is scheduled for, there is a violation, and if so, then we will be having a meeting to discuss the merits of that and make a determination as the regulatory authority as to how we are going to address it within our purview and our statutory authority. So that's where we are with it. So it's basically an announcement. The members have been informed that this is going on, and this was just to formalize that please do a view, and we will be following up in the future via notice on an agenda. Okay? We are going to move now to consents. Yep.
Just a point of clarification.
Yeah,
or
please, go
whatever
ahead.
on that. That would be on as quote unquote other business. which is noticed at the beginning of an agenda. Is that,
It'll be under a commission discussion and vote, and yeah, it'll be at the beginning of the agenda as it has been now. So if there's, any question, you can take a look at the agenda. I don't anticipate that it will be in the next week. And then Holly, forgive me, I know we had we're going to be, the 5th we're meeting, the 12th we're meeting.
We have a special on the
6th, which won't pertain to this. This won't be on the agenda on the
Right.
6th.
We have the 5th, 12th, 19th, and then we're off the week of Thanksgiving.
So the earliest this would be on the agenda is the 12th, and if it is on the agenda, I'm not suggesting it isn't, but I'm just, to be clear, it would be I presume either the 12th or the 19th. So if someone's listening at home or in the audience, you want to be aware. And then as Holly said, we won't be meeting on the Thanksgiving week. Okay? Thanks, Ray. All right, we're going to move on to consents, recusals.
me and Val?
Ray, Val, Joe is not participating today. Is Joe with us in the queue? No. Okay. All right.
I'll make a motion to.
Oh, hold on a minute there,
Okay.
Abby. I appreciate we've got me, Abby, Angus, Carrie, and Connie sitting. Okay, Abby, go ahead, please.
Okay, these consents.
Okay, on your motion?
I'm an aye.
Oh, I can say, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Yep.
Ethan, did you want to say something?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just about the consent with conditions, I just had a question.
We're
Okay,
getting to-
yeah, we're going to go to that next. Why don't I recognize you, Ethan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted a clarification. We have a project on there that was applied for a move demo. It was approved with conditions, move only. And I'm not maybe necessarily opposed to that, but I just want to understand how that works with the bylaw. Does that mean after the 6 months, we come back and we can presumably get a demo approved? I mean, we have every intention to move the property if we want. I'm just trying to figure out from a timing standpoint.
You technically would need to, because under the new bylaw, the requirement is that you have a COA before you would submit for your application. And in order to submit for your application for the building department, that COA needs to be accurate as to the scope. So what you would do is, if you want to discuss it, you would ask to have it held off the consent with conditions agenda, and we'll pick it up once we finish consent with conditions. And just for the record here, which one is it?
It's 21 Pequot.
Number 6, 21 Pequot. Okay.
And again, just so I'm clear, if it was approved tonight, that doesn't, as a move off, that doesn't, and we advertise it available, that doesn't necessarily start the 6 months. The 6 months doesn't start till we get a demo approved at HDC.
You're required to have a COA applicable to the work
Correct. Okay.
before you submit, I believe, for the notice. I'm looking to Mary. 'cause-
Mary Bergman, I think it would be worth contacting the town clerk. I don't think the Attorney General has approved that bylaw yet.
Well,
So I
it's-
think are you not operational under the prior?
No, I
bylaw?
believe it's been approved, and if it hasn't, it's still operational it's valid as of the time of notice. If you operate and you don't follow it, and it is approved by the Attorney General, you're at risk, and if you take action, you are in jeopardy. So we would suggest you follow it. But I think the point here, Ethan, is you've identified a potential rub. Easiest thing to do is have the discussion, ask to have it pulled off consent with conditions. We'll treat it like any other application. We'll have a discussion.
I'd like to do that then, please.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's where we are with that. Any other comments on consent with conditions? Okay. Carrie?
I have one as the same as Ethan, but my client is happy to keep it as just a move off. And as I understood it, if the people who want it are not going to take it, then we come back and apply for a demo. if he exhausts all options. If he does advertise this coming week, then that 30-day advertising and if somebody's interested in it, they come into the building commissioner, then that 180 days kicks in. Correct. So I think with the advertisement, you will start that process. So if you really think this building is not movable and you think it's gonna end up demoing, you better get the approval to demo it. But I think that advertising, as long as you're complying with the rules, you can do it anytime, but we have to come back for a demo if it's gonna be demoed.
So it's a demolition delay bylaw. So you can't advertise for a demo if you don't have approval from the COA, from the HCC for a demo.
No, you advertise for
Carrie,
the
please.
move off, sorry.
Please, you came in and you asked me about it at the office, so
I understand, but I'm just
yeah.
correcting, you're not advertising for a demo, you're advertising for someone to take it.
Right,
Right.
yes, but it's under the demolition delay bylaw.
Right.
So
what the language
They,
is.
again, if you're satisfied with a move off and without a demo, and you don't want to potentially be ensnared and having to come back to then potentially re-advertise, your best bet is to have a discussion with the commission to determine whether they, as a group, would determine a move off demo is appropriate or not. It's that simple. So that's, where we as the HDC would get involved, not it's 30 days for this, it's 180 days for that. That's not what we're here to discuss. So I want to keep us on track because that's what we're here to do.
Then I'm gonna pull mine too,
Okay.
because
What's your number, Carrie?
it's the next one.
Okay.
The previous one, 5.
Sorry, it's the previous one.
So 7 Moore's End Lane. Okay. So before we get any further, can we determine if there's anyone who needs to recuse
From the overall vote?
from the consent with conditions?
Minus those
Not
two,
I.
correct?
No one needs to, yeah. Well, Carrie, I wouldn't seat you on any of the regular members. Does anyone need to recuse?
Nope.
Okay, so we'll proceed from there. With 2 members, 2 applicants' agents having voiced a request to have their applications, which is number 5, 7 Moore's End Lane, and separately number 6, 21 Pequot, held for discussion. Is there a motion?
I'm going to move to approve the consent with conditions agenda with the exceptions of items 5 and 6.
And that's Ray. And all in favor, regular members say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that carries unanimously. Now we will move on to consent with conditions that have been pulled. In order would be 7 Moore's End Lane, move-off demo, Gary Thornhill. Who's up?
So, can I move over there, or can I do it?
Anywhere there's a mic.
So my client is actually happy with the move off. He's got 2 people who are interested. A third called me today, having just seen the agenda. We think it's gonna be able to be moved off, but to his credit, he's willing to do that. But to my advice is to say, take the demo just in case, because if indeed we have to re-advertise, because I thought if we could tip the move off, we could advertise tomorrow or the
So,
next thing.
Carrie, I'm sorry, what I'd like to do is redirect you to why don't we pull up the application and look at it for the merits of a demo?
Okay, thanks. It's right
Perfect.
behind you.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and present that?
It's an existing dwelling. It's, 2 parts of it are 1 story and the main mass is 1.5. And it looks like there's, plenty of people who want it. And, we'll probably come before you with a new, move on somewhere. But just in case none of that happens, it's gonna need to have a demo. Like any building. If the move-offs fall through, or the move-ons fall through, it needs it. And I guess we wouldn't want to be waiting a year. The idea is I would advertise anyways.
Yeah.
To start the month of waiting and then the 100 days, 180 days if somebody wants it.
Okay, so back to the merits. Holly, do you have any concerns with this based upon the age of the structure?
The age of the structure, Mr. Chair, is 1994 per our NHL information. It's non-contributing. I hope somebody takes it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so it's the regular board plus Connie. Oh, no, I'm sorry, it's the regular board. Concerns?
None.
Anyone else?
I hope someone takes it.
Well, yeah, of course.
Okay.
I'm pretty positive somebody will.
Yeah, and I want to put a pitch in, just like with 88 Pacamo. I think it's important that if it's not taken, this is a relatively new structure. I'd say anything after 95, I know that could appear to be an arbitrary cutoff, but code began to change. And I think, newer materials can be salvaged. I'm not suggesting you be the guinea pig, just like I wasn't suggesting
My
88.
client would be happy to be. He's been talking to Chris Carey already,
Okay.
as a just in case.
And the idea would be that perhaps, deconstruction would be utilized and the materials could be reused because it's not too old for those materials to be, to have utility. Okay. So having said that, is there a motion?
What would it be for a move demo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so moved. That's my motion.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, so that carries unanimously. Okay, we're going to move on to 21 Pequot. Ethan. For the minutes maker, Ethan Crippen. Who spoke earlier.
Very similar situation. Every intent to move it. We just want to figure out the best way to get the clock rolling. It's probably a little bit more difficult than Carrie's, but it's not a large structure, just located in a tough spot, so.
Okay. Holly, do you have any comments on this one?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on the information before us, it's a 1997 non-contributing structure. Likewise, like to see it moved versus demolished. Thank you.
Okay, is it fair to say any comments were made on the last one, rinse and repeat?
For me, yes.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll make the same motion, a motion to approve a move off demo.
Okay, thank you, Abby. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I want to make an informal motion that we change it from a demo move off to a move off demo in the official language.
Move off demo.
Yeah. It's just always been referred to as demo move off.
Yeah,
Didn't I see an application for this to move somewhere already?
Not that I'm aware of. That'd be awesome.
Guys, we're going to go back to
Signs.
signs. Let's see.
Thank you.
Recommended for approval. Do we have a motion on the signs?
I can move to vote through as per sign committee's recommendations as stated.
Thank you, well crafted. Regular board, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Now we're on to old business of October 15th, 65 Pulpus Road. This was approved on consent agenda in September and opened back up due to a lack of abutters notifications having been submitted. The board is myself, Ray, Angus, Joe Paul, and Connie. So there are no alternates listed. So, hey, Tori. Tori, do you want to proceed with a four-person board?
Yep.
Okay, great. So once it's up, why don't you walk us through it? Holly, did you want to comment on anything in addition to what's in the agenda?
No, Mr. Chair, it's pretty self-explanatory in the agenda. Thank you.
Perfect, thanks.
So I just have a question when you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
I guess I don't understand if it was already put on consent, and I know we've reopened it, what more I should explain, or if the person that reviewed it for consent should comment why they put it on consent. I think that was Abby, I can't remember.
I'll actually pick it up. So the abutters and notifications obviously are for abutters who may have a concern to be
Yep.
able to know in advance and voice that concern.
Yeah, I can explain what happened.
Can I finish?
Yep.
Okay, so you don't need to explain, it's okay. You asked a question, I'm going to try and answer it. The reason it's been put back on and what will happen next are because the abutters needed to be notified. If there are no abutters here to speak this evening, that might change the perspective of the members in terms of having it been put on consent, in terms of it being approvable. then I presume we're going to move to an approval. I can't speak for everyone, but I think that's the direction we'll go in. So at this point, are there any abutters to speak?
I have not received any. I know that there was a phone call into the office before the abutters notifications were received by the applicant. I am not aware of anybody here this evening. If they are, they need to raise their hand.
Okay, yeah, please, anyone who's on Zoom, if you're here to speak on 65 Pulpus Road, please raise your hand, and if there's more than one of you, we'll sort out what to do next.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Abby, go ahead in the meantime.
I was just wondering what, if Holly remembers what the complaint was about having that. So they're complaining about it going to Pulpus Road, so that they're abutters to, on Pulpus Road?
Well, let's
I-
clarify,
yeah.
wait, please. Was it a complaint or was it an inquiry? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I didn't see the, I didn't
Yeah, I
get a
don't think
letter.
there was an email, I think it was a call.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I was sitting there when the call came in, if you'd like me to comment on it.
Hold on just a minute, please. Just keep it, okay. So
Yep, no, I
we
just
know a
wanted,
call came in, but it wasn't registered as a complaint. It was registered as an inquiry, so.
right, I
don't
just
know.
wanted to know if it was, usually an inquiry is negative, so I'm just trying
Well,
to figure out what it was that,
Sure. It may have been, I mean, I don't know, but it may have been somebody was clearing the lot, so they called the office and said, hey, what's going on? And someone identified that a house was being moved on.
I can answer.
Because this is a move on. So at this point, Tori, go ahead.
Sure, and just to clarify, Abby, to answer your question, I happened to be sitting in the office when the call came in. They were just looking for the letter itself. I was able to confirm that they should be receiving it within 24 hours at that point. They had already been mailed. And they were just wondering what additional work was proposed at the lot, because there's currently 2 houses that are almost done under construction. So they were just looking for a timeline on construction.
Okay, thanks, Tori.
Yep.
And just for the record, Val and Carrie are recused. So the members are myself, Angus, Ray, and Connie. What would we like to do?
Do you want me to explain or no?
Nope.
Okay,
I'm fine
I think we're
sticking
good
with
with
the
it.
consent.
great.
Okay. Are there any concerns?
No.
Okay. Do we have a motion, please?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries. Thank you, Tori, for working through the process with us, so we're legal. We're on a new business of August 3rd and 32 Hinsdale Road, as-built shed. Is Ryan on the Zoom with us?
No, Mr. Chair, and I believe this is the 3rd meeting.
Okay. Is there anyone who objects to just opening this up and looking at it? I mean, I previewed it.
Yeah,
In
me
the
too.
old days, they used to make decisions at the HDC without the applicant speaking.
I was the person who had it as a consent item.
Okay, so why don't we open it and we'll see where it goes. And Val, why don't you speak first and we'll go from there.
Okay. Let me just pull it up. Really, it's just, there were so many unanswered questions. There's pictures of windows, which I'm assuming he's reusing. There's a building that's partially built, then there's a big hoop and some plastic over the top, and I wasn't sure, is it staying like a schooner wagon from the days of yore? Or is it gonna have a roof? So it was more or less to answer questions that are very unclear.
Okay. And the application didn't indicate what the materials would be?
I'm trying to find it.
Okay, so it sounds like we don't have enough to actually work with. I think what I would suggest, I know what I would suggest. Val, if you would go ahead and take the comments that you may have forwarded before, re-forward them
Okay,
to Holly and I think Fiona.
okay.
Holly, who would normally reach out to an applicant in the instance of an incomplete?
Usually it's my fellow colleagues over there.
Okay, so I think what I'd suggest is, just so everybody's on the page, same page, please send Fiona the questions, CC Holly, and ask that the applicant please respond, and that this will be held until they do. Sarah?
Just FYI, this is an as-built,
No.
and he did pay the as-built fee.
Okay,
already, so just heads up with that.
okay, it may be denied though.
Right, but he did.
So,
but
because if
yeah,
he says, oh, I'm gonna leave it like this, then the commission has a concern.
Yeah,
So, no, I appreciate that, it's good information. So, Val, you good with that?
Yeah.
Any open-ish questions? Send them on, okay. So we established the regular board on that matter, with alternates being Connie and Carrie. And Joe?
Yes.
I know you're not gonna sit on these this evening, but I wanted to, number one, confirm, were you here for the discussion on 32 Hinsdale?
Yes, I was. I am. Yes, I've heard the
So
whole
let the
thing.
record reflect, Joe can also serve as an alternate in the future. And then, Joe, just going forward this evening, if you clock out, will you please chat, message Holly? Do we have that capability on this?
He can
Okay.
text me and I'll tell you.
Yeah, will you just text Val maybe, and then that way we'll know which applications, if for some reason you're not going to hang around silently, thereafter you won't be eligible to sit on, but if you're here, you can still sit. You won't have to mull it in.
That's great. If I go away, it'll be for 30 minutes max, and then I'll be back to listen to the whole meeting. So,
Okay, so just keep us abreast through Val via text. Thank you so much.
Okay,
We're on to new business of October 1st, 3 Pocheck Ave, Demo Cabana. Can we, I'd like to just, please indulge me, we're going to open up Demo Cabana, Demo Shed together, same property, and Andrew, good evening.
Good evening.
Why don't you present these and we'll see where we go.
Sure. The house that I was moving off the property at 3 Pochick was on consent a few weeks ago. We're moving it across the street. And I assume these weren't on consent because maybe the board would prefer them to be Debo moves. But in my 25 years, we've never sort of moved sheds. It just doesn't oftentimes pay to do that. So I'm not exactly sure what else I can say. They're pretty modest buildings. They're not old. They're not in great shape. That's all, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
And just to confirm for the record, the cabana is not a dwelling.
It is not a dwelling. It's not a winterized structure. It's actually an open screen element more than anything else with a bathroom in it and a bar.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see, it's regular board. Any concerns?
Did we get a
I'm happy
vintage
to
on this? Sorry.
Well, I'm guessing mid-90s. Holly?
2003 per
Oh,
NHL information.
Okay. Thanks, Ray. Angus?
Oh, I was just going to say, since that was on my consent list, the reason I didn't put it on there is to put the move preferable rather than just straight up demo. So that's why it's on this list.
Okay. Thank you. So it's a bit of a gray area. There's certainly no move-off requirement in the code or zoning for, well, actually,
Hot topic this evening.
there's a language incongruity between the requirement, it's building, it's residential structures, but the notice requirement is for dwellings. So that might be something to address in a future version of the article, but not on the part of the person who submitted the article, but just because the language doesn't track.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to do the move and advertise them? I mean, I'm happy to do that if that's the
Yeah,
pleasure
I
of the
think,
board.
Andrew, I think the easiest thing to do is going to be to, there isn't, you're obviously a capable firm, double check the language of the article. I think what you're going to find is that there's an incongruency, and maybe double check with the building commissioner as to how to address it. But you'd be better off getting a move demo approval, subject to any notice requirements that are applicable. And even if they're not applicable, I would suggest, in the spirit of Angus's comments, if you can put a notice up, put a
Sure.
notice up.
Sure, happy to
That'd
do
be
it.
Cool.
Okay. Angus, are you comfortable
That's
with
the
that?
inside.
I am. These smaller structures, as far as I understand, are hotter ticket items than the larger structures because they're relatively simple to move and repurpose. So that's
Great.
why I'd prefer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to take it to the next step with a motion?
Make a motion to approve move demo
Okay,
for the cabana.
thank you. Again, regular board, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that is for both the cabana and the shed, correct?
Yes.
Angus? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we are on to Golden Ponds, feeling that age, no, sorry. Little movie reference trivia. 64 and 66 Baxter Road, new primary dwelling. Hi, Andrew, good evening. Welcome to HTC.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for moving beyond the hot topic of
Yeah.
demo moves. Can I get control of the screen? Can you stop sharing there so I can? Thank you. Okay. This is a new dwelling and guest house structure at, there we go. At 6466 Baxter Road. I'm sure most of you are somewhat familiar where this is located, midway out Baxter Road on the west side of the street. There is currently a tennis court on the property right now, and I'm just gonna go to the site plan, the existing site plan, just so everybody can kind of get their bearings as to what is there. There is significant wetlands that exist in the rear, the western portion of the property that stretch through what is a significant amount of open space recently donated by my client to the land bank behind this structure. We are obviously proposing to remove the tennis court that sits right in the middle of the property between the two property lines. There was a previous approval with the Conservation Commission for where the structures need to go. It's interesting to note that, I'm sure you're all aware, there's a 30-foot setback along Baxter Road, and this property actually jogs in off the street quite a bit on the northern portion of the site, which obviously informed the placement of our structures. Knowing that in Sconset and along Baxter Road, it is highly encouraged to push your dwellings and the structures towards the street edge as far as possible, rather than receiving them back into the rear portions of the site, which we really couldn't do anyway due to the wetlands. I've tried to put together a fairly comprehensive presentation that both documents the neighborhood, the broader context, and referencing much of the language used in both Building with Nantucket in mind, but also the newer document that sort of is Building Wisconsin in mind. And we really put our best foot forward to identify and touch on many of those important principles that exist out there. So being on the western portion of the site, if you zoom in, and hopefully many of you looked at some of the aerials, there's, like I said, nothing sort of to the rear of this site, but it does abut up against some sort of newer houses that are to the rear there, some taller structures to the north, and then obviously all of the existing homes that exist along the water side on Baxter Road. The structure that we're proposing, I've dropped it into the context in these renderings here that you can see on the screen to really give you a sense of the scale and care that we took in designing the structure to make it fit into the context. We are proposing a home that is gray trim with black sash and doors. There's a whole mix along Baxter Road, and we felt that this was not creating a rhythm of paint finishes down the street, but creating the sort of unique mix that does exist there. The ridge height on the primary dwelling is at 28 feet. The ridge height on the guest house is at 25 feet. We really, I'm going to talk about them both together to start, and then we can go through the individual elevations. I have put down at the bottom of this page, gives you a sense of the context of how this structure relates to the existing structures around it. I think as far as scale and street presence, it dovetails in very nicely into the context where some of the houses are far more forward, meaning there's a longer mass that faces towards the east. And we tried to sort of set ours back and push a lot of our program to the rear portion of the site while still engaging the street front with the gable forward approach to the design of the house. You can see here, we've done something new that we've never done in a presentation before. We've really tried to cite and reference many of the precedent images in the neighborhood and identifying them against some of the language in Building Wisconsin in mind. unique, porches, second floor decks that are shingled in. Large roof masses was something we became inspired by in much of the context there in some of these older houses that are pretty special and unique. We really tried to minimize our second floor windows and dormers that you would see from the street. A lot of that program, like I said, is pushed towards the rear. Interesting chimney owls, interesting gable elements with the forward-facing gable. Covered porches is a big thing that's emphasized out in Sconset. And then obviously sort of the privet hedge done at a height where the house is still engaging the street, but not fully blocking it. On this page as well, there's a lot of unique elements on the gable that you see in Sconset. We tried to integrate something that was pretty, we think, interesting on the face of the home. The dormers, again, are very small on the second floor. I just think the way the program and the lack of visibility from anything on the western side of the house is really will have no visibility. And I think the presence is pretty impactful but subtle along Baxter Road. This gives you a sense of the overall context of the way the house and the guest house and garage situate themselves together. And I've really focused the renderings more on that eastern elevation because a lot of the other elevations are not that visible at all. I can sort of burn through them from a site planning perspective. Again, you can see the 30-foot setbacks exist where the garage guest house is pushed up against. The main house is pushed up against that setback line. We will be coming back for a very small pool in the shed in the rear, but that's not on the agenda for this evening. Only these two structures are.
Andrew?
Yep.
Might
I'll
I,
stop.
might I suggest we'll start to nibble at this
Yep.
and then you can
Okay.
contextually, okay? Sconset, anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do have some comments, and I do note that Mr. Rob Benchley is in the queue as well. So this infill on Baxter Road, very happy to see the inspiration come from Mayflower, which is a circa 1893 shingle-style structure across the street at 61 Baxter Road. Thank you for that, Andrew. And appreciate that an applicant really looked at building with Nantucket in mind and building Wisconsin in mind. I did note that the others outlined, while they're not historic, there's a couple other ones that were historic, but most of them were infill. So that actually is, I think, pretty interesting. And I appreciate finding those details appropriate to Sconset's Bluff and its lower stature, although it is 28 feet 3 to the ridge. There's some details that I really do think are prevalent within the neighborhood, and I don't really have much concern on the main dwelling itself. I do have some comments on the next application. So those are my comments, and I guess I'll switch it over to Rob.
Thank
Thank
you. Mr. Rob Benchley.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Rob Benchley, and I'm the chair of this Concert Advisory Group, consisting of myself, Clement Durkis, Mary Lathrop Will, and Caroline Ellis. Mr. Chairman, we reviewed this application when it came up a few weeks ago, and we have to say that the applicant certainly has done their homework. This is an extraordinary application. And we really had no major concerns. There was just someone had mentioned there being like 3 second floor decks in this application, but there seemed to be pretty spread out. And that's the only comment we had. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Rob. We appreciate it. Thoughtful input. Who would like to begin? Regular board.
I'm happy to start.
Angus, please.
I appreciate this application, both in its presentation and the thought that's gone into it. To see something that's 3D in place is really helpful for people to get a better visual on relating scale to other buildings, and I feel like you've done that. The colors, the black is trending now and isn't really a part of the Sconset history. So I would recommend some other complementary color that might work. I'm happy to not see the white on yet another structure, but maybe just sticking with the grays or a darker gray instead of the black. But the only thing that I see in conflict with both Sconset and building with Nantucket in mind is the street-facing balcony above the front door. And so with the exception of that, I feel really good about the appropriateness of this proposal. Thank you.
Thanks. Ray?
I'm with Angus on the black. The absolute black on sash, I just still am uncomfortable with. Don't mind really dark gray. I'm okay with the deck, second floor deck facing east because we all know that's where the view is. So I'm sure this isn't the only house on that side that has it. But other than that, I think it's a really very well-designed house. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Abby?
Yeah, I ditto what everyone else has said. I'm just toying with the black. I just can't, in my mind's eye, imagine a black sash house. But the architecture as designed here, it definitely is reminiscent of Sconset. I can think of a couple of houses that it reminds me of. But I mean, it looks great right now. I just want it to fit in. So if it could be, like others have said, another gray, I think that would be perfect.
Thank you. Let's see, Vale?
I have nothing to add, and I think the deck is appropriate because in your overview picture with this scanned in there, you can see a bunch of them. So it's the color for me. That's it.
Thanks. I guess that leaves me. Yeah, I agree with the other comments. And Angus, too, about the deck. That was my first reaction on the second floor, but there are precedent photos. It exists there. That's locally a characteristic. The other thing I'll mention is, Andrew, I get the black, but I would not be adverse to what is historically known as invisible green, which is a darker green, actually a little darker than Essex. It would be a traditional application of a green on trim and sash, trim and or sash out in Sconset. I think it would be appropriate to this style. And personally, yeah, it's appropriate. What do we want to do, folks?
Can I
Yeah, go
add
ahead.
something on color? So we've never had a bigger debate with the client about color. Angus, to your point, we really pushed them to not do white. They wanted white, and we were like, really, please not white. So we got them to gray black, but our option 2 is gray gray. So I'm happy to go with gray gray, with maybe the intent that the gray could be a little darker than the trim, but not a little contrasting, maybe not the same, but I'll come back if it's too different, but I'm fine to take a gray gray approval if that appeases the board.
Okay, we're going to take that into consideration.
Okay.
Are there any concerns with that?
No.
No.
Who would like to write that up as a restriction condition on the COA? And Ray, so the motion will be to, can we have a reference gray as one or the
Sure.
other?
I'll
Okay.
put it on the drawings.
Excuse me, what is the trim gray? Do you recall? Is it platinum?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying as a
Yep,
reference.
hold on.
Let's anchor one of them.
Sure, I'll say platinum.
Oh, it's not called, all right.
I just say
I'll
gray.
call it out. Platinum
Okay.
would be fine, and then we'll go darker than that.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to review it when it comes in?
The chips?
That you review the chip?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. No
So
problem.
why don't you make that motion?
Okay,
please?
that is my motion.
Excellent. So the motion is that it is approved subject to platinum gray trim and sash, a darker gray to be determined from a reference chip approved by the vice chair.
That's my motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. Okay, on to the same address, new secondary dwelling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've already outlined the master planning strategy for the site, knowing that the property jogs back to the west in this location. We have taken an approach to combine a single-story garage with a 1.5-story guest house with a breezeway in between, which we do feel ties into this idea of sort of these subtractive massing elements that exist pretty consistently out in Sconset. Additionally, we like the idea of this feeling like an additive massing element that was added over time. I will state that, I know I read Holly's, she has a comment, that the property across the street does have a fairly significant guest house structure as well. That's about 1.5 times the size of the structure we're proposing, with 2 additional structures peppering the property on the west side along the street. So we felt that as we look at the sort of topography of our house and our property heading north down the road, that the way we were breaking up the massing with the gable forward element, with the additive mass 1-story piece, that it felt like something that was built over time and sort of weaved into the context. I will make the statement that I will also switch this to gray trim for the board, and I'll stop there, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Andrew. Rob?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Rob Benchley. We didn't have any comments on this. I think the breezeway is interesting. So those are our comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Regular board, any concerns?
Mr. Chair.
I can go.
Holly?
Oh, after Holly.
Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you. So while I understand that there are some secondary dwellings in the neighborhood that, or secondary structures that are larger, I think the height could be reduced. I think also the covered breezeway and garage doors are atypical and should be more typical of the neighborhood, specifically. And while I appreciate the photos that are being provided, I do think that could be massaged, if you will. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Abby?
I thought that this, I like the main house so much. I think this starts to compete. So I agree with Holly. The height should come down sometimes, we usually use 24 feet. I think the 2 windows facing the street also take a little bit away. If that were just 1 window, I think that would calm it down and give the presence to the main house again. And the breezeway, I'm not sure about, but I think Holly's right. Usually the garages are detached, as I can remember. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Let's see, Val?
Yeah, it could come down a little bit in height and eliminate the little window on the front. Maybe just like you did on the porch, put some lattice behind that breezeway. That's kind of Sconset-y, open porch-ish area. And I initially thought the glass on the garage doors was a little bit too much, but I know that there are some unusual doors out there on garages, so that's all I have.
Good. Angus?
Thank you. So to everybody's point about the height, I think what it is that the way the main dwelling was designed is that you have a continuous 1-story eave, and then you look to the right, and here's this 1.5-story structure, and it really should sort of go the other way as far as the height difference. So the overall height may be a little bit of an issue, but the height of that gable wall facing the street, in contrast to how the massing works on the main structure, I think is the biggest issue. And whether the garage turns and it's a shed that comes off of that to bring the height down to that 1-story height, and also would point the garage doors off to the side rather than towards the street, might be something to explore. While there are examples of glass in garage doors in Sconset, the amount of glass that's in these, I think, is rivaling the most glass that there are in any of them. And I would be happier to see one row of glass or smaller lights or something. But I feel that if we have half a dozen examples out of 500 houses or 300 houses in Sconset that, have a particular element and it's used over and over, then that becomes the norm. So I want to be careful about, how far we go in that direction. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Ray?
Nothing much to add, although I do actually like the garage doors, the way they're rendered. And I do think there's precedent. I mean, yeah, you could get a whole street full of them, but I just don't find these objectionable at all. And we're all thinking about Hostetter's place across the street, which has those big windows, which are so pretty. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Ray.
Otherwise, good building.
Good. Andrew, I think that if this were closer to the street, the concerns about the glass, the doors, and the height would be stronger for me, or a concern for me. The only of those that is a little bit of a concern is the overall height. And I do think if you came down a foot, you've got support to get this thing approved this evening.
I would be happy to come down a foot, and I will go to gray, which will make the doors not as impactful. As I said, I just want to explain to people why we made the structure different is because everything in all of our research, and when you go down Baxter Road, it's not about main houses and guest houses matching. They're actually all removed. They're like, the intent is to create something that feels very different and not that it matched the house. And so we felt by making it a 1.5-story structure, 3 feet, now 4 feet lower ridge height than the main house, that it was that evolution that is so prevalent on Baxter Road and makes it interesting was creating a unique element on the site. In addition to this idea of connecting with a breezeway, that is if the buildings evolved over time and then you connected them, there's some of that stuff exists around the island. We felt it was pretty nice.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
But yes, lower a foot and gray trim.
Okay. Ray, are you on a roll for motions?
Sure, I'll make that motion.
Lower by a foot and the gray trim to match the main house. All in favor of Ray's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that's the regular board. Okay.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Andrew. So now we're on to 21 Field Ave, revision to COA pool and add spa. Hi, Tori.
Good evening.
Okay, when you see it up there, you know the drill.
Okay, very good. We have a current approval from a couple months ago, June, I believe, for the pool, the patio, and part of the Exhibit A of that approval was a fence located around 2.5 sides to mask it from the street. I believe I've included the prior Exhibit A in this submission as well. What we would like to do now to revise that prior approval is move the prior approved fence to the actual perimeter of the property. It was a 4-foot board fence that was approved, closer to the pool and directly around the patio area. They're looking to do that on the same 3 sides as you see drawn here. They've reduced the size of the patio at the western side of the pool, and would like to add a 10-by-10 spa to the northeastern corner of the patio area. And they've enlarged the pool size.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's see, it's the regular board concerns, if any? Val?
I was gonna ask a question.
Abby
Go
has a
ahead.
question before Val goes.
Yeah, I just want to know, is that fence, sorry, Vic, is that fence in place now that it goes around the corner, or is that?
There's a split rail fence right now,
But not the fence you intended?
not the fence that was approved as part of the Exhibit A.
Okay, so that hasn't been built yet?
No, nothing's been built.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Val.
Sorry, Val.
For me, it's always been the visibility. And the farther the fence is away from the pool, the more likely it is to be seen because it kind of drops down there, doesn't it?
It does drop down the topography away from the road mindfully towards the pond. And it is the last house on the road. It's heavily vegetated road. We've got pools that I submitted with the original
Tori, I'm going to
submission.
hold you there, just with answering questions at this point.
Okay.
And then if you want to follow up, you will be
Sure.
allowed to. Val, what?
It's for me, just the visibility, and the fence is an anomaly in the area. I know it was approved before. So I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm in favor of increasing the pool and, yeah.
Okay. Let's see, Angus?
I don't have anything to add. It's primarily about the visibility. So,
Okay. Abby?
Yeah, I was, sorry, Tori, but I was against this the first time it came around for reasons that Val mentioned. The fence that goes around the corner, it just doesn't go with the streetscape for me. And I think that's why didn't vote for it the first time around. So I don't know why I'd vote for more pool and it getting larger.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Ray?
Yeah, I feel the same way about the fence. To what Val was about to say, I think what Val said was the closer the fence is to the pool, the less you're going to see it, as opposed to around the perimeter of the property line.
Okay. Tori, it doesn't look like you got support for this. What do you want to do?
Could I comment to some of the comments?
Yeah, go ahead.
So as I was saying, this is a heavily vegetated area. We're surrounded by pools on all perimeters of this property. They do have the fence that we're proposing in the area. Happy to provide support for that. I understand your feelings between the topography and the fence and the existing heavily vegetated areas, including the outside of the property line, heavily vegetated areas and trees. I really think with the caveat involved that you will not be able to see any part of this. Maybe a site viewing would help.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So can we go back to the site plan that shows actually the proposed?
Yeah,
Versus
please
the
do.
Exhibit A? So Tori, my suggestion is going to be twofold. One is that this be staked out reasonably accurately
Okay,
with some marking tape tied at the height that you are proposing, the finish height
for the fence or for
for
the,
the fence.
Okay.
And it'd be, every, say, 30 feet around the perimeter, starting at the beginning and finishing at where you end proposing it, and that would be coordinate a view notice to the commission members and include a copy, when you send in, include a copy of the full packet of this application so that staff can simply then forward it to the membership without having to get involved with going to find the application. So we'll do a view, and then after that, we'll pick it back up.
great.
Okay?
Thank you.
Is
And I
any,
do that
I
through-
think, that's my suggestion.
I love that idea.
And I do
Before
that
we-
through,
Before we decide, I want to get feedback from everyone else.
I do that through the administration, right?
Yeah, if that's what we vote.
Yep.
What do we want to do, folks?
I like that idea.
Okay, does anyone have concerns with that? Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Sometimes I forget, do we need a motion on that? Motion
Yeah.
for review and markings and follow up through staff? Okay, all in favor of Ray's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
We're going to New Jersey, folks. 9 New Jersey, remove chimney.
If you look at the
Is
split
Jason
rail
or
fence,
somebody
there's
on?
hardly any vegetation in front of the split rail fence.
Jason is?
Okay. Jason?
It's a lot of
Okay. Is it the real Jason?
Sheesh.
Haven't had that issue.
Yeah. As long
I'm
as
here.
it's
Do you
not,
hear me?
as long as it's not someone impersonating our pizza delivery driver, I'm
Hi.
okay.
Here you are.
Jason, we can hear you. Why don't you go
Good.
ahead when you see it up on the YouTube, please?
Yeah, I see you. And this is I'm coming in just to see if I can get this chimney removed from our previous approval.
Okay, thank you. Ray, you had held this over. Do you have anything in particular you wanted to comment on?
I don't remember. Are we simply removing the chimney that's there?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah, Jason, I'm sorry, I don't really remember why I did that, why I flagged it. Okay.
Thanks, Ray. Does anyone have any questions? Simple enough. Holly, comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this structure originally was a 1938 bungalow-esque that you all approved some changes to in the last couple of years. Chimneys are typically characteristic of Nantucket vernacular, and I think it would be a shame to lose one. However, I would want to, after looking at the 1989 HTC survey on file, it does look like that there was not a chimney, and the survey does indicate that there was not. So I just wanted, I actually have it behind you if you wanted to see. It doesn't indicate of a chimney, so that leads me to believe that the chimney in this photo is not there, that it was added at a later date and not part of the original 1938 structure. However, I will say that losing a chimney, again, it's a character-defining feature with Nantucket vernacular, and I hate to see it lost. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly, we appreciate it. Let's see, regular board, any concerns?
I do.
Abby?
I just think the chimney makes it more, makes it more Nantucket. So I think taking it away sort of takes that Nantucket out of it, the house.
Okay, thanks. Val?
If it's not the chimney that was there, because it looks like the building that was there was completely demoed, I don't have a concern.
Okay, let's see. Angus?
I would be happy to see a chimney there, but there doesn't appear to be a historic precedent for it, so I'm fine with it going.
Okay, thank you. I agree with Angus. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, thanks, Angus. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
One no.
One no for the record, Miss Abigail Camp. Okay, we're going to move to 16 Wall Street, move off demo. Rob? Hey, Rob. Good evening.
Hello.
Once it's up there, why don't you walk us through it?
Sure.
Regular board.
Where is this?
Okay, this property sits on the corner of East Lincoln and Walt Street. It's a 1960s build. There isn't anything particularly special about it that I'm aware of. This property has been subdivided, and the new lot line basically traverses right through most of this structure, okay? So we would like to get permission to remove or demo as required for developing the new lot, which is going to face onto East Lincoln, okay? There shows the new lot line going through the structure. I'm told that there is a prospective buyer for the Walsh Street property, and their intent, or they're considering the concept of moving the structure onto that lot. However, in order to do that, they need to lose 400 square feet of space, which I think is quite problematic, but not my problem to study. So my client will be the people retaining the East Lincoln portion of the property.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Any questions? Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, for the record, there is an HDC survey on file from the 1980s indicating this is a 1960s now contributing structure, contributing infill. It should be moved if it needs to be removed from this property, not demolished. But there should be more information on this dwelling. Photographs would be helpful, some tax info, dimensions. But appreciate that the old survey was included in the application. You also may recall when we received the application, we did receive an email from Mary at NPT, which is in the file, but basically outlining the concerns, which is not necessarily purview of this commission, but it's a concern nonetheless because of how the real estate people had actually advertised the structure. So, or the lot, I should say. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Yeah, a little bit ahead of themselves there on that one.
Yeah.
So, never good, but let's see, who would like to begin?
I have a question for Rob.
Okay, Val.
Rob.
Mr. Chair,
Oh.
Stephen.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mickey, go ahead. No slight there intended.
Thank you. So this is Mickey Rowland. I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group, and that includes myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, Sandy Kendall, and Diane Coombs. So we agree basically with what Holly just said. It's in a period of significance. It should be tried to be saved. It's a building with lots of different parts and pieces to it. It should be pretty reasonable to expect that parts of this building could be saved in some configuration on one of the two lots. So we'd rather see it saved in some form rather than demoed. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we'll go to concerns. Regular members?
Oh,
happy to
I had a
start.
question.
No.
Okay, again, okay.
Rob,
Yes.
you're taking it off the corner lot and moving it to the middle lot, or there was some talk about?
No, the corner lot, those two lots on the right that show the setback dashed line with the curb cut on it, that is now one lot, Val. So they're subdividing that
What
into two.
Val is asking, I think she's got it backwards.
No, I have a different site plan.
Yeah, guys, let's go through the chair, please, number one. Sorry. And then number two, Val, is there a sheet? Why don't you direct Robbie to the sheet that you're on so he can look at the same thing and comment as to what's different?
Well, it says page 7.
Okay, can we go to, will you look, thank you.
Not
I
that.
don't think I have a
It's
page
the next
7.
one.
That's,
Other way. Is this it? Yeah, right?
Yeah.
okay. So, the previous image showed the entire existing lot. This, Val, it says lot 12 and lot 13. Those are the two new lots. And you can see the new proposed, well, it's already approved, the new lot line traverses right through the structure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the second part, if I may, Val, is you were talking about this being moved and potentially somewhere in this proximity.
Onto
one of
onto
these
lot
lots?
13,
Onto lot 13.
yeah.
In its entirety?
Minus 400 square feet.
Yeah, just the ground cover calculation alone requires it to lose 400 square feet. So, and then you put in the constraints, this is an R1 lot, so it has 2 front yard setbacks. So.
I thought
and
that
it-
didn't I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, through you. I thought that wasn't the case anymore. You pick a front.
You can, well, there's a waiver through, yeah, so Rob, the answer is that it's being discussed to be on lot 13, but it will require modifications.
Pretty significant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Val, any other questions before you comment?
No.
Okay. Do you want to start commenting?
Yeah, I'd hate
Okay.
to see it go, since it's been there so long. Yeah, that's my comment.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Ray?
I agree with Mickey's comments, and it looks like it wouldn't be first of all, it's a 2-story structure as opposed to a 1-story, so it's not like you're sacrificing any space. And it looks to me, Robbie, like if you lopped off the back wing of this, maybe that's the wing that we're looking at right now,
So that's
that it
the,
would fit onto lot 13.
it might,
But so we'll, to shorten up what I just was trying to say is I would love to have the building moved to 13 so that it conforms in whatever way you need to chop it off. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, thanks, Ray. Let's see, Abby?
Yeah, I know. I think we're all getting a little sick to our stomachs about moving these houses around. I mean, this is like the fifth one tonight. So, not interested in a demo. If you can get it on lot 13, I don't know where you're gonna lop things off, but, yeah, something we would have to, you'd have to come back and show us how you're doing it.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Angus?
I agree with what everyone has said. I just don't want lots that are built on for people to think that any lot's a buildable lot for anything with taking a house that's old or new off. So I agree with everyone who's spoken in favor of a move and an alteration.
Thanks. So, Robbie, seems pretty clear that they're looking for a move.
I understand.
Do you want to maybe hold this pending some additional discussion between the parties and then come back?
Yep.
Okay,
do.
so you've got an established board, you've got some alternates, we know what's going on.
Okay.
So we'll need a motion to hold for additional information.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Great.
Which-
Thank you.
Thanks, Robbie, which moves us on to 23 New Street, demo chimney.
God, we're gonna be the demo commission.
Oh, there's a lot of demos coming up. Hey, Ben, good evening. Ben? Yeah, he's coming over. Okay.
Demo days.
Good evening, everybody.
We can hear you.
Great.
Go ahead when you're ready.
So we're in New Street in Sconset, and we are looking for a request to demolish a rear chimney on this structure. The chimney, of course, the main mast has an existing chimney that we would not be touching, obviously. And we are just talking about on the rear of the structure, there is an existing chimney. The chimney is not associated with any interior firebox. It was strictly, must have been some ventilation or maybe a potbelly stove or something, but it does not have like a full firebox. It's just a 3x3 space in the house that's we want to reutilize for an access to an attic space in the rear of the building. We would the intent is to take down the chimney, use the hole that it's created by removing it to create a ladder to a tiny little loft space in the back. So you can see these pictures, the chimney in question, it's on the rear of the building. That is what is before you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Let's see, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is the George Frederick Coffin House. There is an HDC survey on file indicating that it is a contributing structure. There is also a Sconset history that NPT and Michael May did about 23 New Street. And this structure was bought in 1866 by Alfred Folger for $350. So this structure's been there obviously for quite a while. And I will note that the HDC survey on file does indicate that it does have two chimneys, one in the center and one that's a brick unpainted at the time. Of course, that was back in the 1980s. Demolishing this chimney, I think, is not appropriate. They are character-defining features, and we do not know the exact vintage. While it's on the rear of the structure, it could have been a later addition, more than likely an L. But having some sort of age to it, I think, would be more appropriate if the commission is so inclined to allow a demolition. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Does Mr. Benchley have anything to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rob Benchley. We had no concerns.
Okay,
Thank
thank you. Okay, regular board concerns, comments?
I don't have a concern that main chimney is remaining.
Val, thank you. Let's see, Abby?
I have a concern. I think it goes with the quirkiness of the east side of this building. And I think taking it away, you're going to lose some of that sconsetness. And no, I think you'll be losing something if you take it away.
Okay, thank you. Ray?
I'm okay with the turnover.
Angus?
I agree with what's been said by Abby and Holly. Thank you.
Okay, I'm glad you put in that qualifier because I was going to be very confused.
Exactly.
I agree actually with Ray and Val, primarily due to the fact that one, it's the secondary chimney, and two, its location. Three, it's painted white. It's hard to see that thing against the sky. What would we like to do, folks?
I'll make a motion to approve the demo.
Okay, no move off?
That'll be the day.
Reuse
we
the
do
bricks.
Right.
Move off of
You have to wait
chimneys.
180 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
On Ray's motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Do I take it we have two opposed? Angus and Abby? Okay. For the record. Okay, thank you.
And Holly.
And Holly. Okay. Just come on over here. You get elected. You can.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Okay, thanks, Ben. Let's see, we're moving on to 12 Clover, deck addition, living room addition. Good evening, Stephen.
Good evening, all. You'll be happy to know it's not a chimney or demo or remove, so.
Nice.
Thank God.
Once you see it up there, why don't you go ahead and walk us through what you want to do?
Great. If we could move back just one screen to the GIS. 12 Plover is located at the end of a dead-end dirt road. It's almost the last house on that road. There's a new house just past that, which has been built, and it's surrounded by homes on each side of it. There's no visibility from the back of the house from Winnet Road. If we scroll down, you can see the photographs that were submitted of the existing house and its surroundings. There is a wetland back there. You can see the existing topo map, and you can see the separation from the wetlands that's there. The green, blue shade is the addition, small addition. I think it's 14 by 16. This is an upside-down house, so the dining room is on the second floor, and underneath it is a full screen porch. There is the deck also attached. And if we could go just down all the way to the end, please, and we'll look at the photographs. The visibility of this house is really limited. You're only going to see it maybe if you're coming back from the dead end of Plover Lane. And again, and it's sandwiched between a new home and an existing home that's there. So it's very, very limited visibility on the back of the house. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see, who would like to begin? Regular board?
I will.
Val?
I would motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, before we do that, Ray, you had looked at this. Is there anything you
No.
still had a concern with?
No.
Okay. Any other concerns? Can we get a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Regular board, yep.
Thank
Let's
you.
see, before we move on, I just want to kind of poll the audience to see what applications you're here for. Mary, you guys know the jig, so I'm not worried that you're sitting here for too long for nothing. You know what's going to happen. I'm sorry, which one are you?
Thank you, Chair. I am number 10, 6 Howard, changing from one historic college to another.
Okay, we will, I have a pretty good idea we're going to get to you. And
Oh, yeah.
John, which one are you? 38 Wolfman Road. And do you know where we are on the agenda?
Yeah, we're number 19.
Oh, you're, okay, so that looks good.
Yep.
And David? The National Grid?
Yeah, I'm not speaking for them, but I'm here for that problem.
Okay, what number is that one?
That is number 14.
We're gonna get to that too. Okay, I just didn't want people to be sitting here for hours and then find out that they've got to come back on the 19th.
You didn't ask Lisa?
I know Lisa knows the gig. Okay, So we're going to move to 5 Shawcoma Hills. Oh, sure, my pleasure. Is Jennifer, I'm sorry. Chris? What number are you?
They are Shawcoma Hills.
Oh, okay, great. So Chris, we see your hand, but can you speak so we can confirm we hear you?
What are you shopping about? I got
Can't
this.
get it to.
Oh, guys, while we're waiting, so I met with, I'll disclose, I met with 5 Marion because he asked for a design review. That was the pool. They want to make some really good changes. But the reason I'm bringing it up is the applicant owner was on Zoom, and I said, going once, going twice, going 3 times, and he wanted to throw his computer because he couldn't get the Zoom button to work. This was the first hearing, so then he started sending his son. Okay, Chris, can we hear you yet?
Yeah, I'm here, if you can hear me.
We can hear you great. When you see it up on screen, why don't you go ahead and walk us through?
Sure. While it's loading, I can give you a little preamble. We are here with a revision to a previous submission that was approved by consent. And what we are coming back for you is a modification to the window and door package only. The other elements that were approved on consent are not being changed, which were the removal of a roof deck, as well as addition of a couple of porches around the side to facilitate new access points on the property. The property itself is very limited in view. There from the curb cut with Shawcoma Hills Lane, you can only see a corner of the property, and I believe, and I'd love for somebody to correct me if I'm wrong, that Shawcoma Hills Lane is a private access for the immediate properties in this little development. There's no view of the house at all from Shawcoma Hill Road. The fenestration package that we are looking at here, the clients have requested a larger pane size to increase the light into the house, and the modifications to unit locations to facilitate the work on the interior they're looking to do, as well as unit size adjustments to maintain the light proportion across all elevations. That's our proposal, and I look forward to the comments.
Okay, thank you. Ray, you had pulled this one. Do you have concerns? No. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yep, hold on one second. Abby, question.
Oh, okay. Is what's circled in red, is that what what you'd like to have, or is that what you're changing?
Changing from 6/6 to 2/2.
Oh, but the size is the same.
Can we, excuse me, can we scroll down one, please? Can you zoom out, just center one sheet and zoom out so you can see the existing and the proposed? Doesn't matter which sheet. Oh, perfect. There you go. So there are some changes. I guess the question is there a concern about visibility? And then from there, we would address the modifications.
My question is it the same size window?
No. That's why I'm saying, let's determine whether there's an issue with visibility.
Oh, okay.
And if there isn't, then that's kind of moot.
All right.
So.
Chris? On visibility?
There is no visibility from the main Shawcoma Hills Road. You can only see a small corner of the house from the curb cut with Shawcoma Hills Lane.
Okay, and then what prevents visibility from the main road?
Vegetative screening that's dense in this neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. So if we were going to proceed on limited visibility, we would want to put in some caveat in terms of maintaining the existing vegetation. That's all. Abby, do you want to go through each elevation or?
No, when I first looked at this, we can't bring it up on our screen because it's too big a portfolio or whatever. But I'm not opposed to the 2/2, but it does somehow make the windows look vertical, but I was looking at the front of the house originally, if we could just scroll down there. I thought the windows on the first floor looked a little vertical to me, but if it's,
I think one more up.
yeah, scroll down.
No, up. There you go.
Oh, up, up.
Okay.
Your up is my down. Yeah, see how those, at least the first floor windows look a little vertical now?
Yeah.
I don't know if they did when they had all the panes, but anyway,
No, that's okay.
whatever the board likes.
We're here to hear what you want to say. Ray spoke, Abby spoke. Angus?
To your point about the vegetation being maintained, I guess that would be the condition for this modification. I feel like it's a departure from something that's more of a Nantucket style to something else. The 2/2s in this sort of massing and structure make me think that maybe it's a tile roof and it's like a colonial style or something else. So my concern would be that if this is visible, it would need further review. Thank you.
Thank you, Angus. I agree with Angus. I think these are atypical with the front door frontis piece. It's more reminiscent of this was a covered porch, kind of more of a farm style. But the carve out on that is the caveat. So what would we like to do?
And there's
Val?
windows on the rear that are much wider than they are tall, so those are really unusual. But again, I guess if you can't see it.
Okay. So it sounds like we're looking at a motion to approve subject to existing vegetation that blocks the view of the structure being maintained in perpetuity. Is that somebody's motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Angus. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously.
Thank you so much.
We're gonna, thanks, Chris. We're gonna move on to 35 Eel Point. Good evening, Lisa. Yes. Oh, my stomach is growling.
Somebody's sneaking away from you.
I'm teasing. Lisa, when you're ready.
Okay, this should be pretty simple. It is a move off or demo of an existing garage. We are, I guess that's it. I mean, it's a new building. It was designed and built by David Wiley.
Can I, okay, so can we go back to the elevations, please? So I actually had this review and I didn't have time to reach out to see if we could emphasize move off because it's such a small structure, it's charming, and there was no indication that it's failing structurally.
Right, I
so-
believe the caretaker would like it. He hasn't contacted me, but I heard that through the grapevine.
Okay, so it
So
sounds
some-
like there's interest and we're not,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
So as the individual who didn't put on consent, that answers and addresses my concern, thank you. Does anyone else have a concern?
No.
And if not, would we please make a motion?
Move to approve is submitted.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That is the Angus, Abby, Val, myself, and Carrie. Carrie, did you want to comment on this? I'm sorry.
No, I.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now we're on to 21 Wigwam, building, move on. Ray, would you mind doing this one? I'm gonna, I'll sit on it, but I want to write up the last
Yeah,
one.
No, it's fine. Is Chip around? Oh, Lucas, okay. Lucas?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, we can hear you now.
All right, fantastic. Yeah, this is Lucas here on behalf of the client in lieu of Chip Webster. So this is sticking with today's theme. So we have an existing structure on a property on the 30 Russells complex. Earlier this year, we came in for a move-off demo approval, which came through on consent. We then reached out to Housing Nantucket and advertised the project. I guess the order of operations is flipped for those, but we advertised the project and reached out to Housing Nantucket. Initially, we were very hopeful that this would be taken up and be able to be moved off-site. If you're familiar with Russell's Way, however, we quickly realized that just the amount of tree overgrowth and the length of that road, getting it onto Milestone was prohibitive. We reached out to a couple other people as well with no luck. So kind of scrambling to figure out a way to save this house. Client has another property on the complex and wanted to explore being able to move this house with some modifications to their other property. So this is kind of a Hail Mary right now. This structure with the modifications we're proposing would push the ground cover over by 10 square feet. So we've enlisted a lawyer and we're going to pursue a variance. And in the process of that, they recommended we first go get planning board approval and HGC approval. We have planning board approval and now we're seeking to get HGC approval. So the structure is pictured on the left. It's a fairly simple structure. In order to move it, we would be lopping off that salt box arm of it, dashed in red. And then instead of reattaching that, since it would be difficult to salvage, we would just do an internal stair and making the structure a little bit smaller. You can see on the other side the existing house and the size and scope of it. We're indicating also that we would touch up some of the exterior elements to match the main house, trim, window frames, the roof shingles and exterior shingles would have to be replaced and updated. And they would be done in a manner to match the main house. If you scroll down to the bottom of the page, you'll see, yep, exact, perfect, thank you. See photos from Wigwam looking in. So you can see the main house indicated there and the neighboring house as well. And this proposed guest house, which will now be the guest house, would go somewhere in the middle. If you guys don't mind me sharing screen, we also have some supplemental topography that might be helpful to get a sense of scale and where this thing will stand in relationship.
It's not going where it says relocated?
Yeah, go ahead and share, and then we've got a question from Val. Once you get, can you go to, yeah, your site plan? Thank you.
Yeah, so you guys see the site plan?
Yeah, so the question is it not going where it's shown as it's proposed to in the application?
No, it's going in the same location in the application that's indicated in the application. The only difference that I'm showing you right here is we've added in, we were able to get some existing topo in time. So we've added in the existing topo. So you can see the main house sitting around 33 feet elevation. The main house has a ridge of 27.9. So now this new house would have a higher grade to ridge at 29 feet, which I know is unusual, and if this wasn't a move on, exceptional. However, one of the things that we liked seeing here was that since the topo drops off to where we're proposing locating the structure, the absolute ridge height actually ends up being a couple inches, 3 inches less than the main house. So we thought that was an important aspect as well.
May I ask a question?
Val has a follow-up.
So Lucas, this is a pretty simple move on. It could have probably been consentable, but there isn't any elevations to show us what is facing in which direction. And therefore, it's kind of hard for us to make a decision. I'm glad somebody wants it. Thank you. I think it's approvable, but we need to see what we're going to see.
Okay, thanks, Val. And Val, actually, the reason I pulled it and didn't put on consent was I did want to get a better indication of the final product and what the, how it'll look, just as she said. Okay, so Val, do you have any other concerns?
No, I'm glad it's getting saved.
Okay, let's see. It is the regular board. Ray
Yeah, same.
and Abby.
Is that deck, that second floor deck, is that going to be facing Wigwam?
Good question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I may answer. So through these two photos, so great questions. The deck side will be facing internally. We'll be removing the deck for the move, and anything that we then come back to put back on, we would come for a separate HGC approval. Right now, the client doesn't have any specific plans for how to build this out. So the approval is just to lop off the deck on the backside as necessary to move, and then put on as is until a later time, which then they would develop a program and come back for a series of approvals.
So
Okay.
the deck will
Abby?
face the pool?
Lucas,
The deck side would face the pool. The deck will be removed.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Okay. So, and are there cardinal point, are there elevation direct shots? I didn't see anything. Okay. So I think what my suggestion is here is if we're comfortable with what orientation is facing the different directions, is that we would make a request as part of our condition of approval that they include images of each elevation straight on, labeled with cardinal points, and that we also will annotate the plan as part of our approval so that we're saying the east will face north, or whatever it is we want to happen, so that we have we're linking the current elevations to the final product, and then they're producing a set of images so that that's on file for the record and also for whomever inspects to be able to say, oh yeah, we've approved other houses with move-ons without additional drawings, so I'm not personally uncomfortable with that. I'm just proposing if we're going to move this forward, that's how we would do it.
Approved. Why didn't you use those, Lucas?
Okay, Lucas, so what to do? Why don't you tell us, what do I want to say? Which elevation will be facing the street primarily?
Yeah, we were able to find some as-built. Unfortunately, there's been modifications since, so we thought it might even confuse the issue.
Lucas, let us know which elevation is going to be facing the street primarily, please.
This elevation will be facing the street.
Okay, what I unfortunately, you can't see me and I can't see through the back of my head. Which elevation? Cardinal point.
The existing north elevation will become existing east.
Okay, and the reason I put you through that is I wanted on the record that that's what you said. So
Makes
say
sense.
that one more time, please.
The existing north elevation will become the proposed east elevation.
Okay, so
Can we see that?
Val, go ahead.
The existing north?
This is the existing north side here.
Well, so that doesn't go along with the plan that you have in front of us. It looks like the gable will be facing the street.
That's what he's showing you. He's talking about, right?
Yeah, he lofts off the
He's
shed.
taking the wing off the back, the salt box section. So the gable will be facing, but it won't have the appendage.
I understand that, but that's not the gable. That's the eve facing.
Okay, I think there seems to be a little bit of confusion here. So Wigwam as a road, if I may, through the chair.
Yeah.
Wigwam as a road curves around, but I think we're talking about which eve end faces Wigwam, and the answer is what he just, that eve is what's facing Wigwam. X, that's what's gonna be facing Wigwam.
Yes.
The lopped off, the
Yeah,
scarred.
because it only goes to, it's only logical that like the other side, the west side is the one that has the deck that's facing the pool.
So Lucas,
Right.
are you confirming that the side of the structure that is having the jog eliminated will be facing Wigwam?
That is correct. As Ray said it, that is correct.
Okay, and that is which elevation again?
That is the existing north elevation.
And it will be facing it will be facing east. East. Okay.
This
That
is
is
an
correct.
incomplete application. That
A question
Well, I
through the
get that, but
chair.
we're also picking it up after having spent 15 minutes on it is also wasteful. I guess.
So my question is, when this gets lopped off, what's replacing it? Is it a blank
Good
wall
point.
or windows or what?
Lucas?
So as they refinish the shingling, it'll be just shingled over for the time being, and then at short order, they'll be coming back with a proposal for new fenestration, new decking, and a new application with full elevations and plans.
At that point, we'll really have them over the barrel.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to suggest that unless someone is uncomfortable with this, which I totally appreciate and will accept, that we move this along.
Mr. Chair.
With the existing north minus the jog facing east, subject to modifications to the facade where the jog is being removed, coming back to the HDC.
It will have to, there's no front door then.
I understand that. I'm talking about a condition of approval. Hold on one second, please. Does anyone have a concern with that?
No, I think that should be the motion.
Okay. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add that there was nothing included in the application of where this was coming from, and that would have been helpful, I think, with your
Yeah.
review. So maybe in the approval to include that it's coming from the approved 30 Russell's Way move off.
Yeah, and Lucas, you can see the kind of machinations we have to go through because of a lack of clear information, and we are going to officially raise the bar on you guys higher. I hope you'll accept that in the spirit it intended, because, you know, it's much too long on a simple application. Understood?
Yeah, fully accepted.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ray, is your motion to, why don't you,
I'm going to approve this with formerly the north elevation facing east with the removal of the broken back wing, and that the area where the broken back is being approved or taken off will be brought back to the HCC for the revisions on that blank facade.
on Ray's motion, regular board, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and you'll do that on the.
Yep.
Okay, that brings us to 18 Bishop's Rise Pickleball Court.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
We received an email at 3:59 this afternoon, so apologies, we didn't have it before we really started. But the applicants have asked for withdrawal of this application.
Okay. I think they sensed my chagrin.
That's done.
So are we, well, I think for now we would, is there a motion for withdrawal without prejudice?
I'll make that motion.
Regular board, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries. Okay. If there's anyone is there anyone in the queue who wanted to speak on it, abutters?
Sure, but I know there were butters that
Okay.
sent.
If there's thanks, Holly. If there's anyone who's here to speak on 18 Bishop's Rise, just to distill that out, the application's been withdrawn. It's been withdrawn without prejudice. They can bring it back. However, we'll have to go back on a new agenda. And we'll go from there. Let's see. We are now on to 5 Pinecrest Drive, Hardscape. Carrie? Hello. And We'll wait for you once it's up on the screen.
So this is on Old South Road. There's some funky pork chop lots where the main dwellings are way into the development. And these are along the road and the bike path. So Kyle has two neighbors and they both sent in letters to say that they are totally in on this fence. They all want it. And I know it's on the property line, but they all want it right there. You can read the letters, I think Holly sent them out. So it's basically a 5-in-1 fence for the yellow. And then the gravel parking area. And then he's got some split rail fence at the end of the gravel parking, a brick walk, and some planting beds in the back towards Old South Road. And then on Old South Road at the bike path, he'd like to do a mesh fence in vegetation. There's already a bunch of Leland cypress planted there. But that's essentially it. Oh, and then a couple of cedar picket gates on either side, as you can see, leading to the backyard.
Thank you, Carrie. So I had this one and I wanted it to hold over because I received a call from someone who I believe was in a butter who is concerned or was concerned about the grade change and having a fence along that property line where there's a grade change without the retainage being addressed.
Okay.
So if that hasn't been addressed,
It
that
was
is the
not, and
concern.
Yeah, I thought it was just at those planting beds, that it was not that big of a grade change, but it was across the site. But if it's different than that, we can look at it.
Yep, so the grade changes on, can we zoom out a little bit? So we can see the street?
Zoom out.
Okay, so it's on the back side, so it's on the left side, and the grade changes along, as you're facing the front, so it's along the right side where the fence is.
Okay, I was under the impression it was where the beds are.
No, it's
going
right on the
across.
property line.
Okay, so,
Can you
figure
hold
that
for
out.
some more information just to address the retainage?
yep,
I mean, I'm not suggesting anything special, it just should be reflected on the plan.
yeah, maybe it's a shorter fence or something.
Yeah,
So it
or,
doesn't get to be.
or maybe it's okay, but it just needs the retainage added. I'm not,
Sure.
either
okay.
way, I just wanted to make sure it's complete so we don't have a problem down the road.
Yep, no worries.
Okay,
And some kind of vining material.
yeah.
Some kind of what?
Vining material on the outside.
Every other section of fence is our guideline, so there would be some type of binding material like a climbing hydrangea or honeysuckle will take it over, ivy will take it over.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so based on that information, could we get a motion to hold for additional information? And
So
it would
moved.
be Connie active.
So moved.
Connie, do you have any concerns with that? Oh, no, why do I keep thinking when Carrie steps up there that we got to replace her? See, that's how important you are. Okay, so regular members, all in favor, say aye.
I do have, okay. No, I'm opposed.
To
It's
holding
not
for
getting
more
voted.
information?
It's getting come back.
What's
The
coming
motion
back?
is to hold
Oh,
for
for the,
information.
okay.
So are you opposed?
No.
Okay,
I'm opposed to Abby being opposed.
okay.
Don't.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Good, thank you.
Yes. No.
All right, on to 6 Howard.
I'm getting concerned about that pizza.
Yeah, I am too, but I wasn't going to say anything.
Well, Tommy was away today.
Oh, no. We need a Hail Mary. We need a first draft quarterback to contact the pizza joint.
When the text.
I don't smell any pizza.
No. My stomach dying. I'm
I
getting.
don't want to make her feel bad. but-
Let's keep going.
Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so we're on to 6 Howard.
It's coming.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. I'm representing myself and my husband, Steve Campbell, on this property, which we have owned for just 1 year. It's on Howard Street. in the historic district. It is next door to the homestead, behind the homestead, which is white, and across the street from Greater Light, which has a light gray trim. Our request is to shift from, as you see, the Nantucket gray, which reads as olive, to the Quaker gray on the clapboard front only, which reads as a light gray, which we were hoping would look a little more cared for and clean and be in harmony with the neighborhood. But I really am here also, of course, to learn from your experience how you make decisions between one historic color and another.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, would you repeat your name, first name for the record?
Heather
Heather.
McCold, MCHOLD.
Thank you, Heather. You handled us very well in your introduction, too. I think that was spot on.
Thank you.
How do we handle historic colors?
I can't wait to answer that, by the way.
Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, 6 Howard Street is an individually significant 1840 structure within the old historic district. And anecdotally, here's a photo of it from my family. The Cartwrights owned it for a few generations on my mother's side. My grandmother was a Cartwright. So
I'd love to get a copy of that, please. I'm a historian by training.
I'm not too sure based on that. Quaker gray, I think, is a little dark for this 1 3/4 story, 3-bay typical Nantucket. It might be too much of a contrast with that white trim. I do think what's there is appropriate, but I defer to the commission. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Mickey, you guys anything to add? Okay, thank you. All right, Ray, I know you're.
Point of clarification on that. Nothing to add as in you agree, or nothing to add as in you have? You did not have any concerns. Okay.
Point of order.
Yep.
Nantucket gray is darker than Quaker gray,
It is.
Yeah,
so it's currently darker than we're proposing.
I was going to say that, but thank you.
It's olive.
Greg, guys, so let's keep it. Thank you. We got minutes makers who get, it's very difficult. They don't know the voices yet, so it makes it harder for them, and we don't want that. Ray, please.
No concerns. And the answer to your question about which colors, there are good approvable colors and bad approvable colors, but it's a secret among us which are which.
Thank you.
I'm not suggesting that he means that's subjective.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Is there any concerns with the motion to approve as submitted? All in favor of Vale's motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Thank you, Heather. You've been
Thank you.
patient with us. Okay, we're on to 6 Fair Street. Revisions to a dormer. It's Lisa. All right, when you're ready.
So this, I'm sure you guys are familiar with this building, the one that is in dramatic disrepair, and we got approval to do some changes to it. We have found a challenging situation on the second floor where connecting that back dormer is going to be really help the situation quite a bit. The visibility is very limited, given how that it's the second dormer. It's not the one you see closest to the street. It's that second dormer and the third dormer that are getting connected.
Thank you.
So I'm hoping that you guys agree.
Okay. Let's see, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you all remember this structure. Very happy to see the work on it. It's a 1930, 1934 bungalow, Francis Folger Jr. and Lizzie Chadwick House. We actually have an updated HTC survey on file, and you all have approved a historic determination on file as well. The revised dormer, I don't believe meets building with Nantucket in mind, nor is it true to the historic structure. I think the previous approval was more appropriate, and I would lean on the fact that your exterior features should not be dictated by the interior. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Okay, Mickey?
We would definitely agree with what Holly just said. The dormer's a little awkward. Visibility is, I went by and looked at this, and the visibility is sort of limited. However, I spoke with a neighbor, and she said that there's a tree, like a shrub, tall evergreen, which is about to be removed, I was told. Yeah, it's questionable. I think it'll open it up a little bit more depending on where you're standing. So, it all comes down to visibility, I would say, because the dormer really is not terribly appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see. Connie, you're active on this one.
Maybe if we scroll to,
And it's myself, Abby, Angus, Val, and Connie.
can we scroll to the photo that shows the tree that's coming down?
Page 21.
Just so you have an understanding. It's more of a overgrown privet. You clearly see the first dormer is that one. So it's this behind the yellow wires that's coming down. So you clearly will still see the break between the first dormer and the second dormer. It's the second dormer to the third dormer that's in the distance. That's going to be, I think, difficult to pick up.
Okay.
Yeah, right there, exactly.
Thank you. And can we go back to the proposed modification, please, elevation?
I do want to point out there's a dormer of similar scale on the opposite side of the building. It's just located centered as opposed to off-center.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Okay, who would like to begin?
I have the.
Abby.
I was going, I prefer the previous because of its symmetry and it's nicely designed. I'm just wondering, why wouldn't you make all 3 dormers one dormer instead of breaking it up like this?
I'm happy to do that if that is allowed. I thought that having the front one read separately was better from the street.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
and I do think, sorry if I can continue.
Go ahead.
Sorry, that the visibility of this building and the character of it is really seen from the road. And this seems like it could have been appropriately done historically, just the way people did things, back in the day. Not everything was perfect.
Well, we're glad you didn't just do it.
Right.
Okay, Abby, Angus?
I share the opinion of Mickey and Holly, but I wonder if there's like a middle ground of stepping this part back a foot or two, just so that there is articulation of the smaller dormer faces that were previously approved. That would be option 1. Option 2 is to fenestrate it, just because the shingle area is what I see not fitting in with the guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Val?
I know this house very well. I really don't have any concerns. I agree with Lisa. From the street, you're going to see the front dormer and then the break, and nobody's going to look at this straight on because there's a building on each side of it. So unless the neighbor complains, I think it's okay.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
I have to agree with Val. I think it's going to be very limited in the visibility. It's between the house and another big tall building, so I would be in favor.
Okay, thank you. So I agree with Val and Connie, given that it's on the rear between the 2 existing dormers previously approved. If this were on the front half, I would definitely feel differently.
Understood.
What would we like to do?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, so all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So that carries unanimously. We are now going to
Arlington.
26 Arlington, a new pool,
Is this guy here?
shiny new pool. Brandon, are you here with us? Brandon? Brandon?
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Welcome to the HDC. Why don't you proceed once you see it up on the screen, please?
Okay, can see it. So we're trying to put in a 14 by 28 pool. And I didn't know if you guys had any questions for me. We were going to try to put an office in front of the pool, kind of screening the street side. I'm working on that with the architect right now. Hopefully we should have
Go to the
something
site plan,
we could
please.
do. It's going to go on that right side of the property.
Okay, and Brandon, please be so kind, direct staff to what page you want to be on as you're presenting so they know.
Oh, I don't have it in front of me. I think if you guys could go down a little bit, there should be a little bit of a layout.
I'm sorry, couldn't make that out.
I think if you go down a little bit more, I have to see what page that was on. Up one. There you go. So looking at the street side, it would be on the right side of the property. It's going to be a 14 by 36 with an auto cover.
Anything else you want to add?
And then I'm going to put a future shed office there, and all the pool equipment will go below that. I'm just getting caught up with the architect to finalize everything in the next week or so.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Val?
Didn't this come in before for a pool in this same area?
I have not applied for it before, no.
Somebody did.
Bless you.
On this property, Val?
I believe so. It's the same name.
I did. I removed the shed and a bulkhead. Maybe that's what was there.
And it was showing that there was going to be a pool there, I think.
I think that's correct.
Without seeing what the addition is, I have reservations, and I would just say put a fence up until that comes to fruition,
Okay.
so we don't see it.
Right, so
Yeah.
just to be clear, Val, you have no concern subject to not visible time inspection or thereafter using a fence somewhere in the proximity of the pool?
Yeah, that faces the street.
Okay. Let's see, Ray?
I like that idea.
Okay. Angus?
I'm with everyone else.
Abby?
I don't quite understand how the pool relates to the main house. Like, it's right up against, is it right up against the wall?
Let's
It is.
see,
I wish I
Brandon,
had a
can you
little more
address that?
land. But it's going to be about a foot from the building. So the coping on like probably about 12 feet of it. And then there's a patio on the back that will connect into the pool.
Okay. And
I already thought of
be
that.
sure to get the engineering on that.
Yes.
I wouldn't want to
Abby?
okay the pool without the shed, but personally.
Okay, fair enough. I understand Abby's point. I agree with the other members, as long as this is approved, subject to a fence parallel to the street and blocking the pool from visibility. You can always remove that if, Brandon, you come to the point where you've got the cabana shed in, you can put the fence on and put in, not include the fence and put in for an amendment of this COA. I think it's $50.
Okay.
What would we like to do with a motion, please?
I will try.
Okay.
Motion to approve with a fence being installed that's at least 4 feet, right?
Tall.
From the edge of the building over.
Okay, so may I?
Yeah.
So Val's motion is to approve, subject to a 4-foot board fence located from the house to the property line parallel to the street, on the street side of the pool.
Correct.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
One over here.
For the record, Abby's opposed.
In your caveat, correct?
Oh,
Not
yeah.
visible inspection at, not visible at time of inspection or thereafter.
Yeah.
It's part of the motion. Thanks, Sally.
Okay, and the next one, Mr. Chair, I had on my list, but I have worked on this house before, so I wanted someone else to review it.
Okay, so does that also mean that you're not going to sit?
Yeah.
Okay. So that brings us to Carrie.
Val Oliver.
Yeah. And we're on 6A Silver, new shed. And is Yuri here? Yuri?
Thank you.
Okay, so you're Q-less. So why don't we hold him, we'll just see where that plays out, and move on to 10 New Whale Lane, National Grid. And Stephen, are you here to represent?
This should be something on the zone, Marissa.
Yeah.
Okay, Marissa? Is she in?
Yeah.
Marissa, when you're in, go ahead and speak so we know you're there and we can hear you.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
We can hear you, thanks. Why don't you go ahead with your presentation and please kindly direct staff to whatever pages you'd like to be on as you're speaking. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Good evening to the members of the board. My name is Marissa Pizzi, and I am in-house legal counsel for National Grid. As you're just heard, Steve Holgate is in the room with you there this evening, and we also have a few other members of the National Grid project team virtually who can assist in answering any questions as they come up. So National Grid's application before you this evening is for the removal of the building at 10 New Whale Street. If you scroll down a bit, there was a site plan submitted that shows the location of the building, all of the property and the proposed building to be demolished right there. So this property, if you're familiar, is adjacent to the company's Candle Street substation. The building there with the square around it in red is the building we're proposing to demolish. The building itself has reached the end of its useful life. It doesn't currently serve any operational purpose, but more importantly, it is in significant disrepair and poses a hazard and safety risk. And so the company is proposing to demolish the building and remove it from the site. Address the condition of the building and need for demolition first, and then I'll speak to the history of the building. So as is visible, as you may see from some of the photographs submitted, and I believe those are further down in the package, there's, I believe, 3 photos of the exterior, but the red bricks of the building are separating, and there are holes in the roof and several broken windows. Importantly, the company has received concerns from the fire department, excuse me, and the building department about the safety of the building. And the fire department has deemed the building unsafe for fire and rescue personnel to enter. Most recently, the fire department requested the installation of a perimeter fence to keep members of the public a safe distance away due to the safety hazards presented by the deteriorating building. This temporary fencing was installed, I believe it was around March of earlier this year, so March of 2024. Given the condition of the building and the fact that it presents a hazard and safety risk, we are proposing again to demolish and remove the building, and we feel that's in the public interest to do that. And we also feel it'll be a significant, I think it's aesthetic improvement to this area, given the property's proximity to the waterfront. So just to, I guess, speak a little bit about the history of the building. The property was originally acquired by Nantucket Electric Company in 1923. We did also include the certificate of title. Nantucket Electric Company is successor in interest to Citizens Gas, Electric and Power Company of Nantucket. There is some conflicting historical information around when this building was actually built. The property record on file with the town indicates it was built in 1875, but we believe it was built actually later than that, in the 1920s or possibly even the 1930s. We did look at Sanborn mapping available through the Nantucket Historical Association, and we did provide a Sanborn map, which I believe is again further down in this package, which shows the brick building and Nantucket gas and electric operations for the first time in 1923. If you keep scrolling down. There it is. Up. If you go up one more. Right there, yeah. So that's the 1923 Sanborn map where you can see sort of in the bottom left there, the Nantucket Gas Electric operations and the brick building. And that is the first Sanborn map where you see that. The Sanborn maps prior to 1923 don't show the building or the Nantucket Gas and Electric Company operations on the property. Before that time, the property was associated with the J. Killing and Son coal yard. So the building itself was originally used in connection with a manufactured gas plant to manufacture gas for private and town lighting. The old manufactured gas plant was decommissioned a long time ago, and the building was thereafter used starting sometime in the 1990s to temporarily house site remediation equipment to treat below-grade soils and groundwater. That equipment was also has also since been decommissioned and removed. And the building itself has not been used for any operational purpose by the company for several years, with the exception of some minor storage. Currently, the property, a portion of the property is leased to the Nantucket Boat Basin. And if you go, sorry to make you jump around, if you go back up to the site plan, you can see the area that is used by the Nantucket Boat Basin. So that kind of gray rectangular area there, oh, getting oriented. And there's a small storage shed, sort of, I guess, in this orientation to the north of that rectangular area. But that's the Nantucket Boat Basin parking area, and they use that shed for storage. A portion of the property is also used by the company as needed from time to time for employee parking or for the company's contractors. And you can see in the sort of closer to the Candle Street substation property, there are a few cars in this photo parked there, and that area is occasionally used from time to time, as I said, for parking. But
Marissa,
yes.
Marissa, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'd like to just stick to the architectural aspects of the structure, please.
Sure. And I was basically going to wrap it up. I mean, I was just giving a little bit of flavor for what the property is currently used. But as I said, the building itself is essentially, if you look at the interior photos, is vacant of any, there's nothing in it, essentially. It has been stripped of most of its, anything that was previously in there or that it was used for. I think the last significant use was the site remediation equipment. And given its deteriorated condition, again, we're proposing to demolish the building.
Okay, thank you. Do any commissioners have questions at this point? Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, you have also received a citizen complaint form, as well as some detailed information today from the Nantucket Preservation Trust. Per the information that they've been able to acquire through Inky newspaper records, this structure dates from 1927 by the Citizens Gas and Electric Power Company, which was in the former Crosby Coal Yard from the 1887 Sanborn maps. And included in this survey plan of the historic district, this is a contributing structure. The structure in question should not be demolished as it's an important industrial building to our waterfront. I would recommend the structure to be stabilized and restored. Demoing this important building is not appropriate to our local and national historic district, and I would refer the applicants to section 124-13, our minimum maintenance bylaw. And I do believe we may have other discussion, or excuse me, people speaking in opposition. So those are my comments for your consideration, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey?
Yeah, we basically agree exactly with what Holly just said. This should not be demolished. It should be repaired. The roof has been allowed to deteriorate there was a tarp on it that they've allowed to completely disintegrate. So the roof has been completely exposed for many years. We think it should be repaired and maintained. it is an important part of the industrial history of the waterfront. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for interested parties, we have 2 people here in the audience. They're going to speak, and then we'll go to Zoom. David?
Hi, my name's Dave Fredericks. I was at the time, from the early 90s through the sale to National, at the time, Mass Electric, the person who was responsible for running the cables, demoing the plant, had some history I thought was interesting. I'm not for this or against this. I don't work for National Grid. I don't work for anyone related to this topic. I just thought I would share, the approach in 1994 when we permitted the cables. If you look closely at the substation building that's there, the request from the HDC at the time was that when we built the substation, that we tried to preserve the architecture of the industrial brick buildings that were in the area. In fact, we spent almost $1 million more than I had on any substation after that for the next 10 years around work for National Grid at the time. And we replicated that information. We got a bunch of national awards for that. We also agreed that as part of being able to take down the remaining power plant once the cables were run, that we could demo the structures that were on the site, provided we were committed to that detail, provided we kept the front building, which we all see today on Candle Street, which was built in 1899, I believe, and put in service in 1901. And although it wasn't the home of electric generation, which was C Street, 2 years later they moved that over there, and it became what we know as the power plant. And then in the late 1940s, we built these other structures, added generation. But we were able to convince the board, if we were committed to that, if we archived the building. So we spent a fair amount of money. I think I heard Bentley on the phone, Rob Benchley, and oh God, I can't remember, Jim Powers, I think, did an extensive photograph survey of the building. We hired a historian at the time. We wrote a 25-page paper on the details of the site, the building, and each of the years that it kind of went through its life cycle. And at the very last minute, as part of the permit, this one building was decided that it needed to stay to be able to put the environmental remediation. But at the time, the HDC gave us permission to demo, if everybody here who's older remembers, the power plant that used to be down there. We took all of that down with the understanding that when we were done with the remediation, we would take that building down. And so we did live up to or I did at the time, Nantucket Electric Company did live up to the 3 things they asked us to do. It's just a consideration when you think about what was going on. And the concern for the building, I don't speak for National Grid at all. The building back then was ready to come down. All of the steel structures that held it in place had been removed. And it's really been going in that direction for a long time. So again, I'm not pushing this one way or another, but we tried to address all of this in 94, 95, and 96. And so just kind of history to consider in your thinking about this. All right.
Okay. Thanks, David. Mary?
Hi, Mary Bergman with the Nantucket Preservation Trust. I think that history is really interesting, and we were admiring the 1996 building this afternoon, so it really did achieve that goal. Sorry, I say we were admiring that 1996 building this afternoon, so I think it really did achieve the goal. But, 30 years have passed since then, and I think that structure that's existing now at 10 New Whale is now 97 years old. Ultimately just wanted to back up Holly and Mickey in requesting that this not be demolished. Wanted to make sure you had that information that gave the date of the building as 1927, and point out that on page 22 of Building with Nantucket in Mind, the commission does have the power to order owners of structures involved in the process of demolition to take necessary measures to prevent further deterioration or destruction of the property while the process for consideration is ongoing. So I think one question that I pose as the director of NPT, but also as a citizen, is why was this building allowed to deteriorate when we have a minimum maintenance bylaw? And what can this body do going forward to make sure we don't find ourselves in this position with other historic structures? I hope you'll deny the demolition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Holly, who do we have online? And is one of them, I think Colin Grimes, I looked up at one point, had his hand up. I don't know if that's still the case.
No, but Marissa did.
Okay.
She's got her hand raised.
Okay, so I would like to hear from other parties first, if there is anyone.
I don't have anybody else with their hand raised.
Okay, Marissa?
Thank you. Sorry, I was having trouble getting off mute. Yeah, just for the record, Colin Grimes is with Jones Lang LaSalle and is the project manager for National Grid on this project. And I would like to invite him to speak if he has anything to add. But to the point of restoration, I believe we did look at that some time ago, and it would be extremely cost prohibitive at this point to really restore this structure, added to the fact that it doesn't have an operational purpose for the company and would come at a cost to the ratepayers. So it doesn't seem like the prudent thing to do, to invest millions of dollars in restoring this building, if it can even be done. I mean, I guess I'd like to hear from Colin, but I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah, I just want to speak up on.
Thanks, Marissa. Colin?
Yeah, if you can hear me, Colin Grimes with JLL. I'm representing National Grid on this project. I've been reviewing the application and the use and future use options. I just want to speak to the means and methods of demoing and why we kind of went that way. It seems like restoring and doing a structural shoring job was reviewed in the 90s, but there's a large environmental contamination component to this land. So even with the demo, it was going to be a very strategic demo to not touch the encapsulated environmental dirt that's there. So to change the project to a restoration would handcuff National Grid on sustainability and state and federal goals, initiatives, but also just means and methods of safely being able to restore this is going to be an extremely expensive and difficult process given the soil and the ground. We were proposing a make safe project to address the falling bricks coming off. We've had to move the fence back a few feet, so it is creating a danger to pedestrians. We also, National Grid can't lease out the remaining parking lot due to the safety concerns. So just timeline, if we can focus on the timeline of this denial, if that goes through, how long are we actually allowing a currently unsafe structure to be,
Chris? Chris, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I mean, these are, Colin, I'm sorry. Frankly and factually, these are considerations that National Grid should have been making years ago. We are not, more to the point of our purview, they are not part of our purview. We cannot really entertain them for consideration because if we did and we decided one way or the other, it would be fruit for denial. So I'm just going to ask you to please, if there's anything to add relative to the structure itself, we're happy to listen, but otherwise we're going to kind of move forward with the rest of our meeting on this topic and get into deliberation.
Okay, thank you. All I'm going to add is that, as far as building materials, we are agreeing to having the building materials available for all citizens to be able to grab and use freely in the requirements stated in your bylaws. I'll finish with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Ray, did you want to go?
Sure. I was going to wait till last, but I feel it's just my hand on my head, but it's fine. I feel like we're reviewing a demolition for one of the three bricks, honestly. It's a blue collar version of one of the three bricks, but this building, for so many reasons, its material, its shape, its location, all that, is so rich with meaning in terms of, that downtown area. So, I could never vote in favor of a demolition of this building. I know there's a lot of practical considerations, but I'm not wearing the practical hat right now. I'm wearing my HTC hat. And as, somebody who lives here and drives by that building, multiple times a week, and always love the look at it. I just can't, in good conscience, accept a demolition on this. I'll say more, but I want to hear from the rest of the board.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I have an idea.
We'll come back to you.
Okay.
Let's see, Angus.
I would just echo what Mickey and Holly have said, what Mary Bergman has said, and echo what Ray has said. This is an important historic resource of Nantucket. I have decades of history going by this and working across from it and walking by it weekly for so many years, and that doesn't really have anything to do with the responsibility for us to preserve it, but it's an all too familiar, and I don't think that that's a reach to say that this is a blue collar version of the three bricks. It really it's a rare an important structure that should be restored, and it's unfortunate that it's been left to fall into such disrepair that it's unsafe. And I believe that it should be stabilized and restored. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby?
Yes, I agree with everything that's been said, and I will add that I think it's a very handsome neoclassic style building, and I would like to see it restored. I think with a little creativity, this whole lot could be, designed using these brick buildings. And I think if you tore this down, you would be starting from nothing. Right now, we have a historic structure on that lot. And if it's restored, that's going to be, a very prominent part of what we live with. So I would like to see it restored. And I agree with my colleagues.
Thank you, Abby. Val?
I have nothing to add. It could be a jail.
Interesting. Thank you, everyone. So my thoughts are that I kind of want to shift the discussion. I agree with what's been said for the reasons said and others, but I'm not going to get into those at the moment. I'd like to maybe shift the discussion to, in keeping with earlier discussions on demos, to moves, and specifically moves on the lot, and more particularly with things like Sankaty Head Light having been moved with some structural work done in advance, and acknowledging the fact that a previous HDC at face value made determinations. I'm just reading the room here. That's not something that's going to fly. If there was a COA, they expire after 3 years, and it probably would have been worth gold to renew that. But at least for National Grid, I'm thinking along the lines of, we have the three bricks, as Ray had said, and for us lunch bell people, which I'm one, maybe we'll have the 2 bricks and move this towards the other structure, provide use of the area that this is in. It is located in very close proximity. It would be located in very close proximity to where it is currently. I think with respect to historical significance, that wouldn't be modified, and of the structure wouldn't be modified by a slight relocation on the site. And I understand it's not cheap, and I understand that it's not convenient, but there are some things where cheap and convenient can't rule the day. And I think this is one of them. So unless, Ray, you want to add anything?
Well, I just was thinking kind of in terms of strategy and where to from here.
Yeah. What?
And
Yeah, I was.
I
Go
have
ahead.
this to offer. So ordinarily, in a case where it doesn't look like something is going to get our positive vote, we offer the applicant essentially three alternatives. One, to withdraw the application. Two, for quote-unquote renovations or revisions to the application, which I think in this case, what revisions are you going to make? And three is a denial. And I think in the interest of just sort of moving it forward, for one, I'm a board member who does not want to have a front page headline that says HDC approves, demolition of Greek revival brick building.
I don't think you're going to have to worry about that.
I don't think so. But so if we approve a denial, then it can go to the select board, and then it's sort of off our plates.
Yeah, and there's actually another aspect to this, which is, we've got a demolition delay complaint in. Hi, I wanted to get clarification from you. National Grid is here in response to that? Or is this an application that happens to coincide with that?
This application coincides with that. I believe it was submitted once they saw this application, the complainant.
Okay, so the application preceded the complaint?
Correct.
Okay, I mean, that's an important distinction I wanted to be aware of. Nonetheless, we do have a demolition delay complaint in, and, this on its face certainly meets the criteria for enforcement. So with that in mind, I think what I would ask is, Marissa, obviously you guys, as Ray had said, you have some options. If you want a denial, you can pursue that, or we could move to hold for you guys to revisit the, having taken into consideration the comments of the commission, reconsidered your position, and modify your proposal. What would you like to do?
I think the preference would be to, if we could, ask the commission to hold it and give us time to reconsider sort of what's been said, and maybe come back next week if the commission will allow. Could I make one more comment, a substantive comment on the application?
You may, but in a moment. I just want to wrap up thoughts procedurally. So, well, one thing is, if you're going to make a submission of any information for consideration from the board, which I think is, a basic fundamental aspect of us reviewing this again, that's due at noon on Thursday. So it's a tight timeline. So it's, if you can't, we understand this is a big organization and there's some different people that need to be involved. So it might be more likely that you would come back at the following meeting, which would give you another Thursday out. And we would, in a motion, we would pick it up because it would be maybe out of sequence between old business, new business. The other thing is I want to thank you for that, because I would have asked, I would have made a request to the commission that we would hold the determination until we reviewed our legal position, because this is one that I think is going to warrant that if we need to do a denial. So please be aware that even if you come back at the next meeting, we may put off at least a meeting. So you may finish up, wrap up your comments if you'd like, Marissa.
So just, I guess, a point of clarification, are you saying that it would not be heard at what meeting, I guess? Are you saying it would not be heard at the next meeting, or potentially even the meeting after that?
If you're going to come back with let me back into this. The deadline for a hearing, the next hearing will be this Thursday at noon. So if you can't put together what it is that you all would like us to consider, which we would understand, given the different gears that need to turn, then it would be due for the following Thursday for the following Tuesday meeting.
Okay. Okay, understood. Yes, that would be great if we could do that. I guess I just want to revisit. I do appreciate all of the comments that that everyone has made. It's concerning, in that I think again, we're talking about dollars spent on a structure that ultimately, again, as a company, we're regulated by the DPU, where we have to be prudent and fiscally responsible in how we spend
Marissa?
ratepayer money. Yeah.
Marissa, I'm sorry. It's just, that's information we can't consider. So I would really ask that we not go down that route. It's just not part of our purview. So other than that, do you have any closing comments you want to make?
No, I think I appreciate the commission's time. We will, if we can hold it as you indicated, we would appreciate that.
Okay. And we get Holly? Okay. Get a motion to hold for additional information, and it would come back the Tuesday of the Thursday it met the deadline for.
So moved.
On Ray's motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries.
Okay, just FYI, everyone, pizza has been ordered, and it will be a little while because it went in late. So
We're going to have a sleepover tonight with
we're going to
pizza.
have a sleepover. It should be here no later than 9 o'clock tonight.
Well, I just want to say we appreciate that. Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
Guys, the best cure for hunger is focus on getting a lot of work done.
Yeah.
So I'm going to bring us back to
15 Lily.
15 Lily, which is a color change. And do we have someone to represent this?
Yes.
Hello.
Hi, my name is William Freed.
Hi, William. Good evening.
Good evening.
Once it's up, why don't you go ahead and walk us through this?
Okay.
I was going to put an order of BLTs over at Fairgrounds, but since you mentioned pizza, can we have a meeting in a public venue that isn't a town? No, I know.
Bill, I think the hard part about this was the pictures were black and white.
Sorry. I read your face wrong.
Are we ready to go? Yeah.
Hit it.
Jeez, they're upside down. This is the house that was newly renovated at 27 North Liberty. That's the one on 15 Lily where they'd like to do the color change. Brook and Ed Garden. Just on the front. Yes, the front of the building, and they like to do.
Are these the color versions?
Okay, as I understand it, the house that I believe we all are well aware of, right by, on North Liberty, that's being renovated now, you want to do that color scheme
Yeah.
on your house on Lily
Wants to do
Street?
this?
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
He wants, I'm going to pass these on, but he wants to do this on this.
Well, it's black and white photo. That's the problem.
No.
No.
It's a monotone, which I'm not judging on, that he had, that is on the first property that he wants to replicate on 15 Lily Street. It's a off-white. Is it a sailcloth? What is the color?
It's just a white.
It's white?
Yes.
It's just the shading of the, because it doesn't look like a bright white.
No, it's just the shading of the picture. But if you went by this clapboard on 27 Lily, it's the same white. It's a Benjamin Moore.
So is it a paper white, or is it a more of a vanilla?
Paper white.
Okay, just to be clear, because that image looks more like a kind of a sailcloth.
Yes,
white.
I think that came out as more of a, like an
Yeah.
off-white or maybe.
No, I'm not commenting on
like that.
qualitatively, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. So the
Yes.
white is going to be a brighter
bright
white.
white.
Yes.
Bright white,
The one on North Liberty is very white.
yeah, okay. Okay, so with that said, we're going to now move back to Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1820 Federal, 1.5-story 4-bay, typical Nantucket. White on white or white with a slightly white, I don't believe is appropriate. There should be a little bit of a contrast. I didn't see what 27 North Liberty turned into. This one's obviously a little more contemporary than that one, but not by much. So yeah, I would like to see that photo. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey?
Over here. So yes, I pretty much agree with what Holly's just said, that the white clapboard feels very formal and more appropriate for Main Street rather than Lily Street, which is more of a working class street rather than the formality of Main or Orange. The variety of different colored clapboard houses. I can't hear you. Is the mic working?
Get in there real close.
Okay,
Like
sorry.
a lollipop. There you go.
Do you need me to repeat it, Abby?
Mickey, your mic's off.
I'll go over to the other.
No, I'm just teasing you because that's what you say to me, so I thought it would be appropriate. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so anyway, white's very formal. We'd rather not be white. The variety of different colored clapboard houses adds to the charm of Lily Street. Adding another white painted house would really detract from that historic character. Thanks.
Thank you, Mickey. Okay, any follow-up questions? I have one. Val wants to point something out. Can we have the imagery, though, for people to reference? Because it's going to create questions in their mind's eye.
What's that?
Are you going to
Val?
point out the color?
Yeah, so
Okay.
Bill, on the front of this Liberty Street house, they've painted the doors and the windows on that facade white as well. And the gray remains on the rest of the house for the trim and the windows. Is that what you're suggesting? Or
Yes, it would
just
be
the
exact
clapboard?
same. The clapboard and the front of Lily Street would be all white, just like the 27 North Liberty. And
that's
this,
weird.
and
I
it's
don't
the
know if we
same color
approved
on
that.
this, on the gable sides in the back, and the garage is the green. It's the same exact colors.
Okay, thank you. I want to pass these pictures down when we're done to,
And if you
So,
go
Val,
up
will you just point
Gardner
out to the
Street,
mic?
on Gardner Street, there's white clapboard homes, on Westchester, Lily, North
Pleasant.
Liberty.
Pleasant Street.
yeah, okay. Okay, thank you, William. Let's see, Val, why don't we begin with you?
I think I just had a question about whether or not we approved something like that.
We did not.
It's very unusual to have not the material, like that could be white, but to have the windows.
Be
do-
different on the front facade versus the other facades.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I'd like to
I
check
think
that.
I think it's safe to say, we're looking at this, we should all be focusing on 15 Lily Street and the proposed 27 North Liberty Street on its own merits, regardless of this decision, because it's a different home in a different location. We have a secondary question as to whether this was ever approved, but we need to just process
Okay.
what's in front of us.
So for me, it's not about the clapboard, it's about changing all the windows on the front to a different color. I've never seen that before, or I've not noticed it, so that is my question and concern.
So I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
Yeah.
The concern is not only changing the color, but on the front, but not changing it on the sides or the back to match.
Yeah.
They're different colors.
That's an unusual circumstance.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're clear in
They
what's.
would be willing to do the whole house white, all the trim and windows.
Okay, I don't want to go, thank you for that. Abby?
I agree with Holly. I think on the 15 Lily Street, I would enjoy seeing the contrast. There's contrast now, but there are other combinations of colors you could do to keep its sort of Greek revivalness. What is the style of this house? Is it Greek revival?
Okay. It's more.
Federal? So it's like a first story and a half federal style?
Yeah.
To me, this style, you want contrast. So I said that a couple
Okay.
of different ways.
Yeah, you did. Angus?
I'd echo what's been said so far. Lily Street is the outskirts of town and a more rural feeling, and the gray fits better there. The stark white on white, I think, is a departure from what's there. There are some examples on Main Street, Pleasant Street, Orange Street, but very few, and they do stand out, the white on white, no contrast. So I don't think I would be in favor of this proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ray?
I'll point out that the North Liberty House is probably, further away from the monument downtown than the Lily Street House. So it's more rural theoretically. Having said that, I think in interest of moving it along and splitting the baby, maybe we could do like off-white on the clapboard and everything else white as requested. Then you get a contrast.
Yeah. I echo Ray's comments, and I just would suggest, I think it's probably appropriate to determine colors based upon areas generally, but I don't think we would be able to defend saying, or based on architectural style, but not based on what the neighbor is versus this, so that there's a variety. A color is either approvable or it's not, and it's either appropriate for a structure or it's not. I'm just for putting that out there. We seem to be getting a lot of color changes, and we need to make.
Demos.
Yeah, and thankfully, we're not getting them at the same time, because it'd be very difficult to figure out what to do on a color change that's going to be demoed. So I would support Ray's suggestion to have a slightly darker, did you have a proposal?
Isn't there an off-white color called Lancaster white, or am I making that up? We used to approve this sort of off-white out of town when somebody had.
Right.
Lisa, is it Lancaster white?
Yeah, it's a Benjamin Moore historic
And
color.
it's off-white, it's sort of gray.
Yeah, it's kind of a
white.
gray. And then, but is that for the trim or
No, that
the
would be for
clapboard?
clapboard. And then, as requested for the sash and the trim and all that.
On the entirety of the house?
Yes.
Oh,
as
so
opposed to
all in
different-
Lancaster?
No.
No. The Lancaster white would be on the clapboard, so that you had a contrast between trim and clapboard.
And the white
what is
would
this?
be on the remaining.
Oh, the contrast would be the white and the white.
The
That's very
white
subtle.
and-
Yeah,
Lancaster
and it's
white,
been
yeah.
done here before, it's not, this isn't like the first. What?
Right, okay. I'm gonna bring it, guys, stop, please. We're getting off. We've got a motion for Lancaster white clapboard and the other trim as proposed,
White.
white.
That's my motion.
Whether it flies or not is the next question.
Right.
All in favor of Ray's motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed.
Aye.
So let the record reflect Abby is opposed. Okay, thank you.
You can, you can,
Stick in it that he had an application for platinum gray foundation.
Yeah, but we
I
didn't
was
approve
okay
it.
with that.
Oh,
I was okay with that.
Stephen, can you add me to Abby? please?
white everything except for the clapboard, which is Lancaster white. What is the foundation? I want to take a moment. What is the foundation currently?
It's like a dark green, hunter green, is it maybe?
It's like an Essex.
Oh, it's in this picture I'm
Yes,
looking
it's
at.
in the picture.
Gee, imagine that. It's right in front of me. So,
And they'd like to do a platinum gray on the foundation.
all right, so we're going to have a supplemental motion to add to the first motion versus having to do a motion to reconsider and all that stuff. And the front door is going to be white.
It would be white, and if you wanted.
So we don't need to
if you wanted
revisit that.
A little contrast, they would do a platinum gray
Harry,
door if
please.
you'd like.
We approved it as white. I understand. You don't need to do this. We approved it as white. He just confirmed white. We're going to go
Yes.
with white. Okay. It's a simple matter. We don't need to make it more difficult. I appreciate you pointing out the color change on the foundation. Do we have a motion to supplement the prior motion by approving the platinum gray foundation?
Yes.
Okay.
That's my supplemental motion.
On Ray's motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abby opposed. Okay.
I'm with Abby on both of those motions.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear that. So
Very quiet.
let's clarify without crosstalk that Angus and Abby were opposed on both the main motion and the supplemental motion. I'm also going to clarify that all the trim is white except for the clapboard. Anything that's painted on the structure, except for the foundation, which is platinum gray, is white unless it's the clapboard, which is the Lancaster white. So we have Lancaster white clapboard, foundation platinum gray, everything else that's painted is white. That's
Yes.
what was approved.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Abby,
The door surround in the staircase, is that?
white. Okay? Ray.
Fabulous.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to sit off the next one.
Okay.
Just this one.
Yes, please. Okay.
Well done.
All right, so we're on to 103A. Linda? Hardscape for 103A Old South?
Not much to say here. The applicant owns the one with the house. He owns a vacant lot next door to it. He was coming in off of Old South Road to park his cars in there. Marcus caught it, didn't have a curb cut for the other lot, the vacant lot. All they want is an apron, that's it. There's no construction plan for the lot, but he'd still like to be able to access the lot with his car. And that's pretty much it. It's going to be an asphalt apron like several of them out there. Not any deeper than the 10 feet that it has to be, and that's it.
Okay, thanks, Linda. Angus, you had this one. Did you have a concern?
Yeah, there just weren't any, I mean, there's an indication of where this driveway is, but there weren't any dimensions of the width or the apron size or
I believe it's
any
on the
specifics.
application.
Okay.
There's no site
Linda,
plan, obviously,
please,
because there's nothing, there's no
It's late
building.
already. No one's had anything to
No, I'm
eat.
just clarifying, there's no site plan because there's no building,
Okay,
no
so
nothing.
Angus has articulated a valid concern. Abby?
So I just wanted to know, what is the apron?
Asphalt.
Oh, okay, asphalt, and the driveway's asphalt?
There's no driveway after that. It's just they wanted a
Carries
curb
on
cut.
this.
They just wanted to be able to access it from the road, and you needed a curb cut. You needed an actual apron to get off the
Oh, so
road.
it's just dirt?
Yeah.
So, okay, thank you.
Thanks. And I just want to point out Carrie is sitting on this. So Abby's gone, Angus is gone. Carrie?
Well, I don't see a big problem with it. If the guy is gonna eventually develop it, he needs a curb cut. So I mean, there's plenty more on the street just like it, so I'm fine with it.
Okay, thanks. Val?
Yeah, it's, I think, just the lack of a information. That was the concern, so it's fine.
So it seems pretty clear we need a dimension, site plan, dimensions with respect to the apron. Yes?
It's not going to be surveyed,
No. Linda?
if that's what you're asking. Oh, it's right there. It's right there.
No, stop,
It's right there.
please. You know what, guys?
It's right behind you on the screen with the dimensions.
Oh, yeah, that's
No.
perfect, right?
Can we zoom in on that,
Can't
please?
see it.
And Val, please, it's not conducive to anything for you guys to be.
I don't see it.
All right, Linda,
Minimum.
please don't be argumentative. We need dimensions written on the plan. No
Okay.
one's asking for a survey. It would be silly to even consider that. We want dimensions of what it is you're proposing. Why don't you tell us what they are now?
10 feet deep
Okay,
and 15 feet wide.
okay, perfect. Simple as that. Does anyone have any other concerns? Go ahead.
Just one note in terms of how far from the corner line the driveway is. just
Okay.
So it's.
And where it's shown is where it's proposed to be.
It's obviously coming in from the street side where the street layout is, but it's
No,
10
no, no,
feet
no,
deep.
no. Left to right,
Left to right, 15.
no,
This
left to right from one of the property lines is where is showing where you're proposing it.
Yeah, we're exactly where it's cut
Okay,
already.
we're just, so.
Yeah.
So can we get a motion for 10-foot deep by 15 wide with the current location scaled off of the drawing and written in?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 That's Angus, Abby, Val, and Carrie.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So much smoother when we, okay, so now we're moving on to 38 Wauwinet. Connie will be sitting.
Sorry.
In Ray's office, it'll be Connie and
I didn't know how long
Carrie.
it was gonna take.
Is he gone to get the pizza?
No. I think he went. Okay. Val, when you're ready, please.
Yep. This is a project you've looked at in the past, and John did a renovation on Chaos Corner, formerly Mrs. Lamb's house, now one of her daughters. The caveat at the time was we had to keep the windows on the front 6/6 and keep them true divided light. In going through the house with the current owner, the daughter, she found some photos, which I've provided for you without a date. I don't know what they are. Keep going.
I think it's like the 30s.
Yeah, that show the front windows were in fact 2/2, which would match what the rest of the house has changed to, was allowed to change to. And instead of just having two little windows on the side, stay 6/6, we'd like them to be, conform and all be 2/2. And with regard to the SDL, I think it's important to note that the two larger windows are under the porch, which in the summer is screened, which I've got pictures of both without the screens in and with the screens in, so those would seem insignificant to me to.
And I've never seen it without screens. They
Oh,
don't
there you
take, they
go.
don't take them out.
So really and truly, it just comes down to the little side mass, east-facing windows that are now the smaller 6/6 becoming 2/2 as well to match.
Okay, and are those indicated on an elevation or a drawing with bubbles?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. If you go up one, the 4 arrows.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, one sec. Any other questions? Okay, Holly?
Thank you. So Chaos Corner, owned by dear teacher long ago, Mrs. Lamb. This is the 1930s or even possibly earlier. Appreciate the historic photos. That's awesome, with the 2/2 and the 9 light. With this being a historic structure, I think it's significant out there in Wauwinet, and although not within the OHD, I'm apprehensive with the Anderson windows as not appropriate. Previous approval did call for, as you mentioned, the TDLs with the storms on the front and the rest SDL. I think SDL is not the problem, really and truly. I think it's the mutton profiles, just not this manufacturer. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Let's see. Who would like to begin?
I can go.
Abby.
Okay, sorry, Angus. Go ahead.
Well, the
You
only
guys
reason.
want to cage match it?
No, the only reason I was going to start was because it was on my consent list.
Yeah,
And-
please.
And the reason that it isn't on consent is for the reasons that Holly just mentioned.
Okay.
That's all.
And then Abby.
Oh, well, I was going to say that I agree with Holly about I'm not sure about the Andersons, but I am sure about the true divided light, and I think because it is a historic building, that we should probably keep with that. And I'm fine with the 2/2s.
Thank you. Carrie?
I think these people should be applauded for not demoing this house. I mean, my God. I have no problem with any of this, truly. I'm so happy that they're keeping it, and I don't think the 2/2, I love the fact that you're going back to the 2/2s. I think on those tiny little windows to the right mass, which isn't even part of the historic original structure, I think, looking at the historic photo, that a 2/2 there, it's insignificant. It's not, to me, it's really, I'm good. I love this house.
I did
Okay,
too.
thanks. Yeah, I think we all do. Connie?
I have to agree, I'm okay with the 2/2s. I do have a hard time with the Anderson profile, but again, I think I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So I think that this is, it is a historic structure. It isn't in the old historic district. These are in the front of the house, and I would not be adverse to SDL that has a historic profile, so Boston sash. And that's kind of, you're splitting it, but it's still got the historically correct aspect to it. And it's 4 windows, so you're not,
Hold on.
When you go to 2/2s, you're talking about just one profile down the middle, so it's definitely.
John,
Yeah,
thank you.
I'm just
I think
telling
we
you.
all understand that.
Yeah,
It's,
so you're talking about a
Yeah.
much smaller part of the window.
Actually, it's larger.
so it's not, I think I can speak for the members who have a concern about the Andersons. It's not the SDL in this location. It's the Anderson Mutton. Plain and simple. I'm not
There's only
suggesting,
one.
stop, please.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you, it's only one.
Okay.
One piece.
I'm going to make a motion to approve this subject to Boston sash SDLs.
May I,
What
No,
about the ones underneath?
I guess we're not allowed to rebut.
What about the
no,
ones
because I'm not going to
underneath?
go back and forth with y'all.
I was just gonna say, the room that
I know,
has
but Val,
the
you've got-
screens, why can't that stay Anderson like
Okay.
the rest of the house was
There's a
changed
motion
to-
on the floor for these windows to be Boston sash.
And this is these are the two that are exposed?
All the windows, Boston sash,
I'm sorry?
SDL.
All the four front?
All the windows that you're proposing to change. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm confused, so I'm going to abstain, because I'm
Okay.
not sure what we're talking about.
There, you got Boston sash. So
Didn't somebody just say she was confused about the change? or what?
she's abstaining.
Oh, okay. I mean,
Thank
I
you.
don't know if that's gonna fly.
Okay,
I
well,
gotta talk to the owner.
thank you. We've moved on. 108 Cliff.
How about dinner, Steve?
Pizza's here.
Aye.
We're going to take a much-needed break. Holly, can you put us down for 12 minutes? Okay, welcome back to the Nantucket Historic District Commission at 7:29. Excuse me, compliments to the chef. Let's see, 108 Cliff Road. Joe, Paul? New garage.
Hello, everybody.
Evening.
Thanks for letting me sit on the sidelines.
I gotta say, Joe, you don't sound great.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So this is an application for a new garage at 108 Cliff. This house sits to the right as you access the Westmore Club. We did a renovation on this house years ago for 2 owners ago, and the current owners reached out about doing a small garage. They're limited to 400 square feet on the ground. And so we're looking at a 17 by 23 and a half garage that is 21'5" tall. And yeah, there's a couple of views of the front of the existing house, and it has some interesting architectural details. This was a renovation addition of Michael Egan's cottage that was flipped and rotated on the site at one point. And so our approach to the vernacular for the garage was to go with a forward-facing gambrel with the same trim details as the main house. And you can see it sits down about 18 inches from the grade of the main house. And those are the 4 elevations. And then the site plan is probably worth scooting back up to just for a second, because there's a right of way and a driveway. The aerial photo is a little bit more clear. The driveway is actually accessing 2 properties. So there's a separate property just below your cursor, which essentially leaves the location for a garage to be where the current parking area is. Otherwise, it would, we did explore actually looking at a garage where the shed is in the back, but it really feels crowded back there and blocks a lot of light into that space. And then it would be facing the Westmore Lane, which seemed inappropriate. So that's the extent of the application.
Thanks, Joe. Let's see. Your regular board, who would like to go?
And I don't know if your mic's on, Stephen.
Ollie, did you have comments on
I
this?
do, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. So for the record, the main dwelling on the lot is originally a 1920s colonial revival that was renovated, as Joe had mentioned. Appreciate the gambrel mimicking the main house. My only concern would be to push it back more, so it's more in line, if at all possible, with the facade of the main house. Right now, it seems a little more forward of the main house. I know it's not forward of the porch, but the main wall of the structure. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Would like to begin?
I'm happy to start
Angus.
since it was on my list.
Yes.
And that's exactly the reason that I didn't put it on consent, is that I felt that it should be back from the general main mass, so, back beyond the porch, but probably move it 6 to 10 feet back from where it's shown. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Val?
Do you mind going up to the site plan just so I can look at this while we're okay? Thank you.
Yeah, I think if it goes back in line with the little wing of the house there, it's fine, which looks like, I don't know, 3 feet or 4 feet.
8
But
inches.
the structure itself is appropriate.
Okay, Ray?
Echo Val.
Abby?
I'd like to see it go back a little further than that. Otherwise, it just lines up with the corner of that house. So I think a couple more feet to really make it, not compete with the main house.
Okay, I'm with Abby on that. What would we like to do?
I'm happy to make a motion to approve as submitted, except it scoots back 3 feet from is that the northeast corner of the house? Is this plan set up north?
I don't know if Joe
Yes.
can hear you. Yeah.
I can hear you, yes.
Okay.
You got a yes.
That's west. It's southwest.
Joe, what's the corner or cardinal point orientation?
Yeah, north is vertical on the page.
So that, so it would be 3 feet behind, it's 3 feet southeast of that northeast corner.
Okay. On Angus's motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So it's to move it 3 feet to the southeast from the northeastmost corner. Angus, you'll write that on as a restriction condition, please? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to now go to, thanks, Joe. We're going to go to 29 Longwood.
Longwood.
New windows, doors. Hi, Sana.
Hi.
When it's up, go ahead, please.
Okay, so this is a post and beam out in
Oh, I
Tom
can't
Nevers
sign
that it's completely non-visible from the road due to hedging and brush. But basically, all we're asking for is to replace the windows from 6/6 to 6/1s throughout the house. And on the second floor, which is, it's an upside-down house, the majority of the large windows, well, the center part of the windows are all fixed. So the clients would just like them to be double hung so that we can get some air in the house.
Okay. Let's see. It's the regular board, and who would like to begin?
I could make a motion.
Actually, I'm sorry. Angus, Ray, Angus had this as a consent item. Angus, do you have any concerns remaining?
I'm sorry, it's this Longwood Drive?
Yes.
I have to remember
Okay.
why. If you guys want to comment, I will get caught up. I was working on the other app.
All right. Does anyone have any concerns with this?
No.
It's just changing the window style?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So Angus, not to put you on the spot, but you're on the spot.
So I think, I mean, the triples are better than the picture windows. Get that. I wonder if it was about the 6/1 from a 6/6. Sometimes I make notes on the consents, but
I can go if you want to.
Abby?
Yeah, but seeing that it's trying to look like a salt box, I kind of see it as a 6/6s instead of the 6/1s. I think it looks odd because I think of 6/1s as being a little more modern. So I think it sort of goes with the style, what's existing.
Okay, thank you.
I think that was probably it.
That was it?
Yeah.
So Angus agrees with Abby. That leaves me. So I agree with Ray and Vale.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Let's see, all in favor of Vale's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'll
Be a no?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it wasn't that I disagreed with you guys, just to be clear. It was just.
Yeah, I just,
Yeah.
everybody has a.
Yeah, that's part of the joy of this. 45B Vestal Street Pool Hardscape. Thanks, Sana.
Oh,
Is Lindsay on the Zoom
This is the one on Cliff Road.
or a representative? We have a,
45 is being held? Oh,
so 45, Holly, do we have any abutters in the queue? Other
you
than
do.
other than
Carrie.
Carrie.
And she's been waiting all night.
Yeah, this might be a demerit.
I'm not in a. Yeah, did you finish?
No one else?
The
Okay.
stipulations?
Okay, so that's being held. That moves us to One Ridge Lane, new garage. Is Ethan online? Okay. All it takes is a couple people not to show up, and all of a sudden, we're going to be at the end of our little agenda here. I think
We'll be begging on the street to get people.
This I would motion to approve as submitted as well.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and open it. Yeah. Ethan was here or no?
I'm sorry, I'm here.
Oh, Ethan, hi. Why don't you just, do you want to share your screen?
Oh, I can see. Do you have it? You have it up? It
No,
looks fine.
just kindly direct staff where you want to be as you go through your presentation.
Okay, this is fine. This is the site plan. This is a proposed two-story garage. Previously, we had approval for this garage integrated into a mass that housed a new bedroom suite, but this is getting rolled back significantly. So now it's just the garage. If you scroll all the way down to the bottom, you can see what was previously approved. Fiona, I don't know if that's possible.
That's the garage.
So, yep. So this was previously was approved, and then above, next page up. Is what we're proposing. So it's just the garage part.
Okay, thank you. Angus?
So this was about the proximity of the garage being more forward than the house as you come in the driveway. So, yeah, I'd be fine with this if it were pushed back like 10 feet from where it is.
Thanks. Holly, what's yellow?
Nantucket.
Oh, Matt, we just haven't had an advisory group for so long.
No.
Linda, you used to chair that, didn't you? You want to stand up and say something?
No.
Jesus.
Okay, there's a unanimous consent. Any other concerns?
Can I ask a question or two?
Sure, Ray?
Okay, so in pushing it back, first of all, it looks like the garage is like literally right on the property line. Is that true?
Yes, it's Fisher's Landing. There's zero setbacks.
What?
It's a
He said
cluster
yes.
subdivision. so
Zero
it's
Zero setback, okay, but so even so, if you push this back 10 feet, wouldn't it hit the back deck?
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys can hear me clearly, but we wanted to leave it in the same position. So if they wanted to do the second floor at some later point, it would be in the right spot. So that's really what's driving the location.
Ethan, I'll wait till Ray finishes.
I couldn't actually hear what he said. The
Can-
only beef I have with this, and it's something this board approves all the time, but why on earth do you have the little, like, teeny tiny pent roof?
Oh, that's so stupid.
And it's, if you were a hamster, you would stay dry. What? What?
Let's not get into that.
There's a hamster lover in the room.
No, I'm just saying, if you were
Go
a
there.
hamster parking your car, you would stay dry, but.
A
if you're
very
in
tall,
your-
a very tall hamster.
Ethan, can you hear?
Ethan,
are so
we're
tired.
playing a little sport at your expense. I apologize, but I think you get the picture. Anything else, Ray?
No.
Okay. Let's see. So that was Ray. I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought. Who else has gone?
I haven't gone, but
Abby, please.
I have a solution, and I wish I hadn't heard what Ethan said after something else. But there's a good solution to this. Just make it a smaller garage. It doesn't have to be two-car garage. Just make it smaller and would fit right in.
Okay. Let's see. Val?
Had a motion to approve, so I don't have a problem with this garage. And hearing that they might do the second floor addition later on, and this is the position it would be in, is the reason why he's proposing it where it is.
Which is going to be
Gotcha.
even more squished.
Okay, Angus, you went, but anything to add?
Yeah, so I guess I just have the same comments, but I do agree with Ray's hamster comment.
Okay. You had to bring that
I
up.
do have a question, though.
Val,
Is it gonna get rid of that big tree?
Correct. The evergreen, unfortunately.
Oh, bummer.
Wah, wah,
oh, that's too bad. Anything else, Val?
Nope.
Okay. Ethan, you're gonna wanna, is that adjacent lot owned by the same party?
It is not.
Yeah, you're gonna wanna check your fire separation requirements.
I agree. I'm looking at it too. I mean, we're going to need to be 10 feet foundation to foundation. So we'll make sure that.
Yeah, no, just a friendly.
Yep.
It's definitely a concern if you.
Fair point.
Yeah, and can you explain again why you want to put it here as opposed to moving it back?
So, and again, I don't know
Can we go
how
to the site
strongly
plan?
we're held to this because I don't know how realistic it would be in, their 10-year plan, but they wanted the option to essentially put a second floor on top of it and connect it with a breezeway in the deck like previously was approved.
Gotcha, okay. All right. I'm not sure that sways me one way or the other. I just was curious. What would we like to do?
Just one question.
Angus?
Is the angle a concern for, it seems like a little concern for me, especially if the two houses are going to be put together to have it not sort of parallel and perpendicular to the house.
Go down a little to the last page. He shows what was approved before.
Can we scroll down to the last page, please?
So everyone said yes to that already.
Okay, and can you zoom out a little, please? It's like looking at one of those family photos, but their heads are chopped off and their feet are. Okay. Right, so it showed them connected prior. Oh, boy.
Oh, that was approved.
Yeah.
Boy, who was on that one? Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have said that out loud. Okay, does that change anyone's perspective?
Okay, the thing about the prior is that you don't get this juxtaposition of the two buildings, which makes it look unplanned or something. There's something about these angles that just don't read as it's been thought out. It looks like we want to put something here, so this is the only place we can put it, which isn't really sort of sensitive to the site.
Yeah, Abby, I just want to point out, though, what was previously approved, Ethan, correct me if I'm wrong, was actually the same orientations, but with a connector as another angle that connected the two that are already on an angle. So basically what, Ethan, you're proposing is, in a sense, a gross sense, to eliminate the third angle, which is the connector.
Correct.
And it's a one-story unit. Is that fair as a gross?
Yes, that's a fair summation.
Okay, so, I mean, just because we're looking at these things and they're confusing. Not for or against either way, I just want to be clear. That leaves us back where we were a few minutes ago with what would we like to do?
Okay, so I'm going to try out a motion. Thank you. And the motion would be to approve as submitted with the elimination of the almost pent roof.
Okay. And the little sign that says Hamster Central. Okay, on Ray's motion, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
I am.
Angus says?
Yep.
And Abby?
Yeah.
Angus and Abby. Wow.
Give me something I can,
Guys, sorry. Okay, we are
Thank you.
now on to 3 Primrose Lane.
Yes.
Oh, and then we have a move reno. Oh, that's a move reno, that's good.
Minus the.
Got a pack? Got a pack.
Travel safe.
Where's she
Okay,
going?
Ethan, when you're,
Okay, so there's existing, essentially, light posts.
Ethan, I'm sorry, it's hard to hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I took out my buds, but can you guys hear me now?
That's better, thank you.
Okay. This is essentially a proposal for a gate, between two existing rather substantial lampposts. And I apologize, maybe we didn't compress these. These do look like they're taking a little while to load here.
I can't hear them.
Ethan, you faded again. And now we don't hear you at all.
Has the screen loaded? It's just not loading on my end.
Okay, that's better. Yeah, we can hear you now, and it's not loaded on our end yet either. It probably has something to do with the size of the file. This must be a very big gate.
It's
Oh,
enormous.
It's the
Yeah.
photo.
I've never seen any lampposts like
Does
this
anyone
approved.
want to see it? I've got it on my screen.
Yeah.
See what?
What we're talking. Do you have it?
Yeah.
I have it too.
They have it? Okay.
This is Nantucket?
Okay, Ethan, we all have it here, so you can go ahead and discuss it, and the folks at home can take a quick break, make some more popcorn, and come back.
Okay, so this is a proposed gate between the two existing posts. I think it's set about 15 feet back from the roadway. It's certainly visible, but it's, a primrose, it's a dead end road, infrequently traveled, and then it'd be motion activated essentially.
Ooh,
Okay, thanks.
hang on.
Ray?
I got a question right off the bat. Okay, so Ethan, are you saying that the posts that we're looking at were already approved?
I don't know if there was an application, quite frankly. They've been there for quite some time, but I don't.
Oh, boy. Really? Okay. Before I even look at the gate, I thought we were looking at the post, which would have been an as-built, because I certainly would not have approved them.
Well, they
I'm
must
waiting
be.
for the Lamborghini to turn the corner, the rag top.
Ethan, do you, it's a fundamental aspect of the application, and if we don't know whether they're approved, are you adverse to doing a little research, if they were approved, slipping that into the file by Thursday at noon, and we'll pick this up at our next Tuesday meeting at the front?
That's fine by me.
Okay. Does anyone have any concerns with that? Is that somebody's motion?
I'll make, yeah,
Val?
Make that
yeah.
motion.
Okay. On your motion, all in favor is Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Regular board for the rest of the evening unless someone needs to sit on.
Just occurred to me, this is off of Primrose, not off of Eel Point Road.
Well, it says Eel Point, right?
Well, the house faces Eel Point, but the access is off of Primrose, which is that little teeny tiny road.
Further in, but
Yeah.
nevertheless.
Okay, I gotta sit off of this one.
Okay, so we are gonna activate Connie. So,
We're going to
good
share.
evening, Lisa. Your board will be myself, Abby, Angus, Val, and Connie. And let the record reflect, Carrie left the meeting at before 3 Primrose. Okay. When you're ready.
Okay, am I waiting for something to load? Oh, here it comes.
No, we're just, when it's up there, go ahead, jump in.
Okay, so this is a renovation to an existing building that dates back from, I think it's certainly from 1933. It's, I think what we all know is the old Schimmel Yacht Club. It is on a property that is recognizable from the water mainly because it's got this very long dock. The property is within the flood zone, and in order to make this property, more resilient with the rising waters, we're proposing to, for many reasons, move the house back from the water and make it compliant with, obviously, the coastal resilient methods And the other thing that we're doing is there's an existing driveway that currently runs down the Shimo Pond Association access road that we're proposing to move to the southerly side of the lot. Might be easier. Do you want to start at the site plan? Sorry. Which is that. So if you blow that up a little bit. So right now there's an easement that you see on the, I'm going to call the easterly side of the property, and that's where the current driveway comes in. We're proposing to move the driveway to the southerly side off that way. So in bringing the building back further away from the water in order to do that and to create, because it's a very sloping site, it goes from elevation 5 to 22 to create a mean grade, sort of cutting 4 feet down from the top of the hill and having to grade up from the lowest elevation the same amount to create a plateau where you'll have much more visibility to the front of the building, to the front door of the building than you do now. The building as exists, and you'll see in the historic pictures, has a lower exposed level that you see from the water that we're proposing to eliminate. So even though the building is moving up the grade, its perception of its height is lessened because you don't have an exposed foundation. Let's see if there's anything else we want to say. I don't think so. I mean, we can just go through the elevations if that's helpful, if you guys have any questions. There's a site section that shows on the next page, Fiona, that shows, if you can blow that up, that shows the.
Oh, I have pictures of this from the water.
No, that's the main house. Can you enlarge it a little bit, Fiona? Sorry. So the red is the existing house, showing it at the lower level, and we're proposing to pick it up, eliminate the basement, and move it up the hill to the new finished floor elevation of 19. The current finished floor is at roughly 13, so it's going up quite a bit. We do have to move it back about 35 to 40 feet just to get it out of the flood zone. Okay. And that also shows you the existing topography on the south side that we're cutting to create the parking court.
Okay.
And if you want to go through, I don't know if you want to look at the pictures or go through elevation
I
by
think
elevation.
elevations would be good.
Okay. So that's facing the water, adding some dormers. Right now, it's just got a very plain roof line that faces the water. We're adding dormers to, obviously, because we're eliminating the basement level to create second floor space. We're keeping the mass on the right side in terms of its footprint, but changing the roof line to make it, we think, more congruous to the architecture that's of the old building. That's the existing. That is the proposed.
Can we zoom out now to see existing and proposed?
Well, they're on two separate sheets.
Oh, they're on two
Sorry.
separate sheets.
Yeah,
You've been here before.
I know. Well, I can't answer why they're on two different sheets. But the unique thing about this, or the interesting thing about the house, is the roof line's not symmetrical. The two pitches are slightly different, which we're obviously retaining since we're retaining the house. And that mass off to the further on this east is also being retained.
Lisa, sorry to interrupt, but is this,
That's proposed.
and this is the one below it is the existing and the same?
Yeah.
Can we capture those two on one screen?
Do you see how we're removing the
Thank you
the
so much.
exposed part of the basement that's facing the water with that elevated deck?
Yeah, that really tells a story. Okay, can we do the same on the next set of elevations? Yes, thank you. Anything here you want to comment on?
No, I think this is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, no, it tells everything we need. Next one?
And that also shows the removal of the basement and sliding the house back.
Okay.
The exposed basement, excuse me.
Okay. Anything you want to add to your comments?
I don't think so.
Okay. Holly, did you have anything on this?
I do, thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this is a contributing structure. I have circa 1928, not only known as the Shimo Boathouse, but I also believe from things I've read, which I don't have with me unfortunately, but that it was part of a Jewish community on Nantucket. With the fact that it's being moved, which out of the floodway, I think that's great. What I could see, it's in AE8, but I could be wrong. I think verifying the flooding FEMA information would be beneficial. Seeing it on the site plan and showing that it's actually being moved outside of the FEMA flood. And if it is being elevated at all to accommodate that, that would be great. Knowing what those flood-proof mechanisms, I think, would also be important. I have a concern with altering the character-defining chimneys. These chimneys have been viewed from the harbor for almost 100 years, and I think that's something that needs to be retained. The Center Ridge chimney as well as the unique end chimneys. And then I think it would be very helpful to see with a plan that could basically differentiate between what is existing versus what is proposed with the red line and knowing what's being demolished, because it's really, really hard to see the difference between existing and proposed as they are right now, knowing that you normally put them on the same sheet. And appreciate the historic information that was provided. I did know it wasn't indicated on the application, so we would want to include that, but that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Holly. So again, it's myself, Abby, Angus, Val, and Connie. Who would like to begin?
I'm happy to start since I was the person who had this on my
Oh,
consent
you keep
list.
reminding me of that, and I gotta apologize that I'm not catching
Just,
you on those.
yeah, check out
It
those
seemed-
initials.
It seemed evident that you had some concerns, though, so why don't you go ahead and start in any event?
Well, the doc does call attention to this house, but honestly, for decades, what has made this house stand out to me from the water is that it's almost the only house that doesn't have its roof covered with dormers. To me, that is the character-defining element of the structure. And with new construction or maybe a less significant structure, I could understand sort of a more typical treatment of the dormers going pretty much end to end. But this I felt was a special circumstance and needed a special treatment. And so besides it being in conflict with the guidelines, it really does alter the character-defining elements of the house. So that's why all three of these buildings are on the list, because I wasn't sure where we would end up with the first one. But that was and just the detailing on the front just changes the look so much of what it was to what it is. So I guess what I'd be looking for is something that is more reminiscent of the previous structure. I really appreciate that, grade comes to just below the porch, and the overall height is reduced. But if that's the trade-off for that clear roof getting filled with dormers and glass and balconies, I'd rather take the old version moved up. I mean, there's no arguing about getting out of the flood zone. I mean, I don't have any issues with that. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Angus. Abby?
My main concern is the north facade, the north elevation. So I'm fine with moving the house out of the floodplain, but to me, this is a classic old house. I think it's kind of lost its original charm. It's almost unrecognizable what it was originally. The long sweeping roof, that's so beautiful, so classic, so, it's just the simplicity of it is what makes this house so charming. And the overly large chimneys, there's so many characteristics of this house. that I would like to save, that I'm having trouble digesting. It's what you've drawn here and designed, it's a beautiful design, but I really miss the old original house.
Okay, thank you. Val?
I don't think I have anything to add. It's the less is more, and it really doesn't look like it's the same house at all. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
Yeah, I agree. I don't have anything else to add, but my one concern again is I think the chimneys. I think that is character defining on this house and somehow needs to be, or needs to remain. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Connie. So Lisa, I think there's some consensus there. I'm not gonna add on to anything there. I just would say on with respect to FEMA, we could just get a format that revolves around the location as proposed, which would show the footprint. You could draw it in and it would clean it up. Any potential ambiguity, it establishes what the design flood elevation is.
Yeah, we can
It's done.
certainly do that.
Yeah, it's simple, easy, and do you have any questions?
No, we are proposing to move it higher than the design flood elevation, though.
No, I know, we just want something in the record to document
Yeah,
that.
you know what
The
I'll do
format
is
will
I'll
be the
give you
easiest way
a
to do that.
plan from the surveyor.
Pardon me?
A plan from the surveyor.
Plan from the surveyor is even easier.
Yeah, I can submit that.
Great. And any questions on the other comments or?
No?
Okay, so we're gonna get a motion to hold for revisions.
So moved.
Let's see, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? How do we want to handle the other two? Are we tracking? Or do you want to hear them?
No, well, it's up to you guys. We can track them. It's whatever you would prefer.
Angus, you had commented, do you think?
I was
you
only
previewed
thinking
them?
that if in the program of changing things around with the north elevation or the water facing elevation, if that's going to affect other aspects that would affect the other buildings, but if this is like a total standalone, I don't have any.
Okay, so if you think your revisions aren't going to affect the other structures materially and you'd like input, then we'll review them now.
Sure.
Okay. So we'll go to the new guest house, 42 Shimo Pond, same board. Me, Abby, Angus, Val, and Connie.
Well, it's hard not seeing it next to the.
But the gable on this is facing the water.
Right.
Unlike
It's
the-
just trying to imagine it next.
It-
I took a picture of this house this summer. It's so weird from the water.
See it from Cat
I have a feeling there's a psychic in the family, but I'm not him, that the comments are going to revolve around, but what changes are going to happen to the main house and how are these going to relate as a result? So
That's fine. Let's just table it then.
I think it might be beneficial for you guys just to hold on these till we kind of pin that down one way or the other. Okay. So can I get a motion for these to track?
So moved.
Okay. These being number 26 and 27, the new guest house and the new garage. Okay.
Yep.
And now we're going to go to 41 Halbert, fenestration revisions. And it'll be the same board, myself, Abby Angus, Val, and Connie. Is Joe still with us?
Yes?
Okay. And just for minutes maker, Joe's been sending us emails. We'll print up and attach to the meeting at some point, so you can determine where Joe sits in as an alternate. Anytime he was present, he would be considered a viable alternate. Okay, Lisa, sorry for that little bit of housekeeping.
Oh, that's okay. This is 41 Holbert Avenue. Again, there's some window revisions to the north, or sorry, the south elevation. Oh, sorry, the north elevation. Looking at that backwards.
Okay.
It's the windows that are on either side of the French doors that we added to the deck. A client has seen some sort of more picture-type windows along that stretch of Holbert Avenue and was hoping to do the same on the second floor of this house.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chairs. For the record, this was a 2005 infill you've all approved some changes to. While I think that these type of windows are reminiscent of some houses along Holbert Avenue, I don't believe they're appropriate for this structure. And that would be it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Mickey?
Same thing that Holly just said, and to just put a point on it, these are second floor windows, and it's just really inappropriate for this style of window on the second floor.
Okay, thank you, Mickey. Let's see, who would like to begin?
I'm happy to start.
Angus?
This wasn't on my consent list, but.
I was just going to ask if you wanted to do it for Carrie.
No, these windows are reminding me of like Main Street shop windows, and I don't think that they fit with the structure. Thank
Okay.
you.
Abby?
Nothing to add.
Okay, Connie?
I agree.
Okay. Yeah, for me, maybe if they were bracelet, but on the first floor, it's just that second floor, it kind of does end the discussion.
Okay.
So you want to
Just make a motion to hold and I'll talk to them.
Okay.
client about it.
I'll make that motion.
okay, all in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who do we have for 5 Sandplain? It's not Dinah? Oh, come on, man.
Dinah is in the Zoom. She's in the Zoom.
Okay, good. Hi, Dinah. Hi, Linda.
Steve, it's been so long.
Good evening.
Hello.
You got the better part of 20 minutes. I suggest
We move it along.
try to use it as best you can.
All right, this is 5 Sandplain out at Sandpiper, Richmond. This is at the very back of the subdivision now. This is the last, one of the last lots in the back. It's up next to and across from the apartment buildings, but it's on a small section where there's single-family homes. Its design is pretty reminiscent of a lot of the other ones that are in there. Some of this stuff you don't care about. It's a 3-bedroom, single-family home. It's only 828 square feet on the floor. On the ground, parking driveway to the south. Massing includes 1-story wraparound built porch. A lot of them have those to break up the massing. Window sash is 6/1, Anderson 400, color to be white. Front door is Nantucket red. The trim is white, and the deck is natural. And it's pretty simple.
Okay, thank you. Dinah,
Hi, can you hear me?
good evening.
Good evening. The only thing I have to add to this is, I think you already went over the colors and that, we will be, this is on a corner lot next to Blewett Court, and there are smaller, I believe, homes in the neighborhood. It's very, very much reminiscent of other, previously approved designs in this area.
Okay, thank
The-
you.
The one, add to one, the ones next to it are not identical to this. They're different. Similar, but not the same
Okay, so
facade.
you're not, it's not 2 twins?
No,
No twins involved in any of these?
no twins.
Okay. Okay.
Question,
no
Mr.
twins,
Chair.
then no triplets. Who would like to go?
I have a question.
Abby?
Why is the house over the lot line is,
Can we go to the site plan, please? Oh, man, I need a nap.
and it's going to start in about 5 minutes.
I'm hitting the wall an hour ago.
Don't
Okay.
fall asleep yet.
Would you, point out, yeah, would you point out where you see it over the lot line? It's not over the lot line.
It's not over the lot line.
No. Go to the site.
I'm
Yeah.
looking at the, I'm looking at the, just under the application, can you go up?
This is it right here.
Okay, okay, so,
There's the setback.
right, so I'm looking at the locust plan, and it shows it like,
The locust plans are 5 to 10 feet off.
oh, this was a house that was there on the site
Looking
before,
at
okay.
this, yeah, they
Gotcha. All
reconfigured
right.
the lots.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like to comment on the architectural elements now that that's questions been answered?
No, can you come back to me? I
Okay,
just was.
Ray,
I'm fine.
Val,
It's no different than anything else in there. Which
Angus?
is disappointing.
Nothing to add.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a vocabulary of these structures out there that have been approved. This is consistent. I have no concerns. I wish they were shorter. I would like to put in, if this is stick built, it'll be a foot shorter than it is, but if it's modular, then it is what it is.
Mod.
That was actually one of our pattern language
It was.
restrictions back in the day.
Back when we first started down this road.
Seems like we started approving these like 50 years ago. Anyone else, Angus, concerns?
No.
Val, Abby?
No.
I'm sorry, I meant, yeah.
No.
Okay. Other Diane?
Oh, no. Oh, no. Please don't.
Would we like a motion, please?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Can we add as a matter of,
Yeah.
that height is based upon modular construction and stick would be a foot shorter?
What he said.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? 6 Honeysuckle, new dwelling.
Okay, this is a modular construction as well. It's relatively small, simple. Oh, I apologize.
Names are important, Linda. Okay, Dinah, just so you know, where Linda's passing out something. It says, don't call on Dinah. I don't understand why. I'm teasing you, I'm teasing you.
So which one are we on first?
Okay, let's please go
6.
back to 6 Honeysuckle Drive, the main dwelling.
Okay, I just handed out the streetscape of the 3 new structures. They are all modular. These are filling out what is at the moment the lot that when you first come in, it is, and this is going up on the, I believe Fiona has it in her email. We just got this from the landscaper today, showing all 3 lots, which is something, when some of these structures were approved before, which were changed, we were
Okay.
asked for this by you guys.
Okay,
I
let's,
just got it today, so you can get.
let's have the record reflect that Linda is presenting a site plan
With all 3 of them.
with the 3 structures, 2, 4, and 6 Honeysuckle that have been digitally submitted as well.
Oh, it should be up on the screen.
No architectural plan changes, and no hardscape is being approved this evening, correct?
Well, you got hardscape?
Well, we're not gonna get to that, I mean.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I'll
Okay.
get as far as we get.
Okay, let's get back on that part of it.
Okay, so you have in front of you 6. If you look at this, the site plan above you, which is the one I just handed out, 6 is the one that's on the farthest right. It's next to the other ones I got approved for Housing Nantucket at 8, 10, and 12. So this is the, when you're standing in Old South Road looking in Ironwood, whatever it is, I get confused, Ironwood, you'll see a big open lot on the left. These are the last 3 houses to go in there, the last 3 single-family homes to go in there, because everything else in Sandpiper 2 in that area is built or under construction.
Linda, I'm sorry, I know, but it's getting.
I know.
So basically, these structures are located on the left as you go in. It's the
Yes.
last set of lots. There's some split rail fence there.
Yep.
I think that's probably enough because it's going to get people confused because we don't have a bigger site plan in front of us. Is that okay with you? Okay. On
up
the
there on the
architectural
screen.
elements,
Architectural elements, if you want, we can do all the main structures and then leave the rest.
well, let's just go to 6 Honeysuckle. Let's flip
Okay.
through the elevations.
6 Honeysuckle,
I
obviously.
actually, may I'd just like to ask, that we go through the elevations as a
Yep.
commission. We've gone through so many of these structures. I don't think we need an introduction. I don't think we need an explanation.
Okay.
Does anyone have a concern with that?
Colors white, and front door is green.
So can we go to the elevations, please?
For me,
There you
And
go.
then zoom out a little bit, and then Val can start.
The three of them are not identical.
Thank you so much. Okay, Val?
so the houses in and of themselves, I think, are fine. It's the way they're situated. So the rear of these houses face Old South Road. They're all gonna have pools, and they're gonna have 5-foot board fences screened by Leland cypress.
Okay, so can I just say,
Yeah.
without you getting mad at me, that we are not dealing with that tonight, but when we deal with it, obviously you've outlined valid concerns, and we will address them at that point.
Okay, so the back of the house facing the road with, is my issue,
Okay, the back of the house is.
which is north.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it face Old South
This
Road?
is Old South Road.
It says Iron Road, Iron.
Yeah, that's
Road.
Ironwood.
Well, two of them are Ironwood, Val, and one does back up to Old South Road. This one
But
does.
Old South is out here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the right of this page.
Yes.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, so any other concerns, Val? Okay, if you do, I want to hear them. We all do. Let's see, Ray?
And it's tall.
Okay, Val brings up a really good point, but, in terms of the architecture, it's no different than what we sadly have been approving, for years.
Okay.
Not this close to the road, though.
Agree.
Let's see, Val, Ray, Angus.
I share the same concerns in the whole cluster in Richmond, and they're sort of all back off the road, and you don't know how much screening is going to happen along Old South. That's one thing, but now we're really getting to be at the edge, and I'd rather not be seeing the backs of these houses, especially with the things that we would normally have facing the road, like the French doors. And, hopefully pools and other things that would normally be in the back, so visible. So I guess I share the same concerns that the others have mentioned.
Thank you. Can we go to the locust plan, please? All right, and zoom in on that.
Might be easier if you went to the locus just below that one.
Yeah, I think you might be right. No,
No, up one. There you go.
Except it's canted.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now, these houses, just
Okay,
to give you
Linda,
some
please, wait,
context, are all
wait.
pulled forward away
Linda.
from the road.
please, hold on. Can we shift a little bit to the left so we can get the blue, but also get some more of this plan?
What are these?
I think you have it all up there, Steve.
No, just shift it that way a little bit. A little bit more, no,
There you go.
oh.
It's
Just
way
if
up
you
in
could go out
front.
like a third of a click,
You sound like John.
like 10% or 15% or something. Okay, that's what I needed to see. Thank you so much. So this gives me an idea that basically, Linda, correct me if I'm wrong, this is this.
Yep. They're way up front.
Ah, that's why I'm.
Yeah, it curves there, comes in beach grass and curves around honeysuckle.
So you're here, and then you come over, and here's your jog.
Yep.
And then this brings us back. So this piece of what is this property
That's open land.
without land? And, okay, and then what is the topography of that area gonna be? Is
Flat.
it gonna remain that way?
Yes, absolutely
Okay.
flat now.
And then what is the landscaping in that area gonna be? It can't be a barren field.
No, it's not.
Okay, so why don't you tell us a little bit about that, but I also wanna know who controls that?
Richmond does.
Okay, and does Richmond, the same part of the group that is proposing these? So we have control over the vegetative elements that go there?
And the planning
Or
board
Dinah-
does.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Dinah, are there other structures or any accessory, anything being proposed in that area?
No, if you look at, you don't have to pull it up now, but the first landscape plan that was reviewed, previously, the rear lot line, on the public side of that, we've added additional trees and low shrubbery. That is outside the private, residences, properties. So that is in the public area where you see Old South Road to the left, Ironwood is on the top of the page. So we pulled the houses, they're irregular shaped lots, all of them.
Yeah.
But what we did, we created like a 10-foot buffer inboard of our property line. I think 10, maybe 12 feet of hedges. And then outboard of that on the landscape plan that you saw earlier, you'll see the mixture of the locusts and the elm and the shrubbery that would be going in that public way in the space.
Okay, but Donna, in the area in betweens,
Yes,
the plantings that are proposed in Old South Road and Ironwood,
the planning board has control over that.
what, yeah, just bear with me a moment, please. Are there any restrictions on the use of that with respect to vegetation?
No.
Not to my knowledge.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Not to my knowledge. I'm sorry. I'm under the weather a little.
Okay, the reason I'm going in this direction is it's 8:25, and, you know, the board has clearly articulated a concern about the rear of the structures, not in and of themselves, but in relation to designs we've approved, but in relation to potentially high visibility from Old South Road, which is a highly traveled way. So I think what we'd like to do, as opposed to trying to do anything else, is get some clarification on what additional naturalized vegetation might be installed in that area that would help to mitigate our concerns about visibility.
Yep.
And I'm not suggesting, please, any rows of Leyland cypress or anything, but I just, you know, I just want to get that out there. Does anyone have a concern with exploring that a little bit more when these are
I think you're
revisited?
absolutely right. And
Yeah.
as Old South Road, if you look at it right now, it's full of, different deciduous trees. It's got cedar trees. It just should look like it does now.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
use that as screening,
I
so.
mean, it could be a grove of pines, except for they get the beetles, so that's not a good idea. But you get the idea, Donna, what our priority here is not, you know, the structures are okay, but we need to see them in the context of a visual buffer that's vegetative, and that is probably trees. And it sounds like you guys need to do a little bit of homework to confirm, one, that area can be used, two, to what extent, and three, to propose a solution that addresses the concerns that were voiced tonight. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
I'll get that from the
Okay.
planning board. There's an open space.
I'm gonna leave that to you guys.
Yep.
A Thursday before the Tuesday it's due, and you're good to go. A very complete application, no messing around. With that, we've gonna go to approval of minutes September 10th and
See if you
June
want to make a
11th.
motion to hold the rest of them.
Yeah, we're gonna hold, well, we don't need to hold.
I'll make
a
that
motion.
motion if you have to.
Yeah, we
Okay.
don't need to hold.
All right.
They'll roll. Track. Do we want to do a motion to track? Yeah, let's do that to keep it clean for staff. Get a motion to track additional information for 6 honeysuckle and the remainder 6 honeysuckle, 4 honeysuckle, and 2 honeysuckle to track.
So moved.
Regular board, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
And minutes of September 10th and June 11th of 2024. Do we have a motion to approve?
I didn't read them.
Okay, Vale's not making a motion. to
I'll
approve.
make the motion.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? I'm an abstention. Val?
She didn't read them.
Well, I know, but I need a vote.
Oh, I'll abstain, yeah.
Thank you. I can't vote for you.
Oh, I see. So we got 3 in favor, 2 abstentions. Is that
Yeah.
what just happened?
Yes. Please review the minutes of June 25th, and our next meeting is November 5th. Old business. How about a John McLaughlin?
I'll try it. Motion to adjourn.
Yes, no, we are leaving early on the 5th because it's election night. Don't forget to vote. You folks at home, don't forget to get out and
Already did.
vote. Good for you.
twice.
We have a John McLaughlin on the floor.
Yeah, which side do you want? And,
Oh, wait, before we have Abby, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, carries. Thank you.
Get minimum maintenance thing on the agenda.
You mean further discussion?